Everyone, and welcome. We're just going to pause for a couple of minutes more and give people a chance to log in here. And by all means, continue letting us know where you're coming from. We've got participants from all around the world, so it'll be kind of curious to know that. I see there's a participant from China right now, South Dakota, if they pop up, Edmonton in Canada, and Montreal. So really from all over the world. Milwaukee, yes, and of course our colleagues from South Africa. I know some of you are joining us from the evening, so I should be saying good evening to you as well. Some of you may be 12 hours difference than here in Toronto area. So today we've got an exciting lineup. The Institute on how to teach with AI Tutor Pro and AI Teaching Assistant Pro. We've really looked for ways to get a number of people involved in looking at our tools in more depth. And this has been our opportunity, I think, with the semester ending for many of you to give a deep dive into our two tools. There's lots beneath the surface of them, and you're going to find that out all you want to know about the two tools today, and maybe even more than you might want to know. I hope not, anyway. I hope you'll find it all interesting. So, um, great fun. I'm going to bring up the schedule in a moment. I think we're pretty well at our expected turnout today. So I'm going to share screen and begin. Um, so here we go. Here again, I'll bring up our agenda for today. Okay, good. And so welcome everyone. Ron Owston, I'm Research Associate at Contact North and Professor Emeritus from York University in Toronto, Canada. I've had the pleasure of working with Sarah Gavro and Michael Lariviere, who are with us today. Michael will be handling the Q&A, so please post your questions there. It's a good way to keep track of them if we actually post them there. And of course, you can use the chat as well, but Q&A might be the best place really for questions. And we're going to be pausing, taking breaks throughout. So there will be a change of pace. Don't worry, it's not going to be me talking straight through for 4 hours anyway. We're taking about roughly a 1 hour break at lunch here in Eastern Canada. So with that, I do want to again welcome everyone, and I'm going to first of all tell you that we are going from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. and there will be a break in between. Uh, so as I said, so here's our rough schedule here from 10 to 11. I'm going to be talking about AI Tutor Pro and features and a few activities, and then moving on at 11 a.m. with a 5-minute break in between here. Moving on 11 a.m. to AI Teaching Assistant Pro and some activities. Then we'll take roughly a 1 hour break at noon here. There'll be some activities for you to do, and I'll be posting those. And then at 1 o'clock, we've got something I think you'll find quite exciting, a faculty panel, participants from US, Canada, and South Africa as well joining us, and they're going to be sharing their experiences with using our two digital assistants. And then after that, we'll be sharing your activities, any issues, questions you had with your activities, and I'm going to be talking about some ideas for teaching and learning with our tools, our digital assistants, and lots of times for questions. So lots of activity. If you're able to participate all the way to the end, just bring that up here just a moment here. We are giving a badge for participation if you're able to stick right to the end for the full institute. And you will receive that badge automatically. If you have any questions about the badge during our session here, feel free to post it in the chat and we can explain it. It's an open badge. The first time we've actually issued a badge for our online webinars at our institutes. This is actually our first in-depth institute at Contact North. So there we are, our schedule, and this is going to be our first hour or so. I'm going to be talking about an overview of the features of AI Tutor Pro, some hands-on activities, then getting into custom content for using AI Tutor Pro, and some additional features such as installing AI Tutor Pro as an app, right-clicking to launch, and LTI. I'll talk about that. That's integrating AI Tutor Pro right into your learning management system. Time for questions. And I'm going to share some exciting new features that haven't been launched yet. A pure interactive voice tutor where you can just talk to your tutor, interrupt the tutor, and ask questions at any point and just engage in a normal conversation like you would with a tutor. We're setting that up soon to be launched, and also image recognition as well. So you'll get a chance to take a look at those. So that's our first hour, and I'll focus on that right now. But first of all, Sarah, I'm just wondering if there have been any questions about the process today, anything that I should know about before I begin?
No, just taking a look through the questions here. I just wanted to note that we are using Zoom webinar, so don't worry about your mics or your cameras. They will remain off. And if we do have a part where we can participate, we can only give you access to your mic. So don't worry about that. We've had a few questions about that. So other than that, we're good.
Right, yeah, sure. In fact, we will be allowing participants to ask questions orally, obviously by text, but orally as well. We will at one point. So feel free to ask questions later on as well. That'll be more in the afternoon with the oral questions. So right now, okay, so we're going to take a look at AI Tutor Pro. And Sarah, if you stop the poll, I guess first of all, can you share the results or can
Yep, I stopped the polls. Give me one sec.
yeah, I'm not sure how if I have to stop my screen sharing
Can you see it?
or can oh yeah, okay well I'm not sure I can't with my screen sharing on like this I'm not sure if I can, but I see that most of you by far have not had any real experience with AI Tutor Pro, and even less with AI Teaching Assistant Pro, and a couple of you, very few of you are using it extensively. So that's good. I think we can just take it from there. And I just wanted to get some sense of your understanding of our digital assistants here. So to begin with, AItutorPro.ca is the link you use to get started. Our home screen here, it says 1.5 million plus interactions. We're probably closer to 2 million right now. It's used around the world. When 24/7, I see activity of people using our system. When you first come here, always please look at the latest updates, gives you an idea of new features we've added and so on. And that's always very valuable to get a sense of what's going on. So now learn anything, anywhere, anytime. It's free. It really is free. It's not a freemium product where we hit you later on for your credit card. No, it's absolutely open access. Not open source tool, but it's purely open access. So anything, you can learn anything, any topic is can be used, can be entered. And the thing about it, though, is that any topic within reason, inappropriate content, it will not respond to that. Anything about self-harm, it won't respond to that. So your students, in fact, are protected that way from using the tool. There's no login required. You'll notice that you don't have to log in. You just click and away you go. And that's on purpose. And we wanted to make this as free, as open as possible so that we would not get any issues dealing with confidentiality and so on, privacy and retention of data. We have at the bottom here, you'll note what's new will take you back up to the latest updates. Privacy and use by minors. We're using OpenAI, ChatGPT right now, although we won't necessarily be using that all the time. And we talk about the various issues that you may be concerned with. We don't share any data with third parties. We don't have any idea who's using it. who's using the tool. We do keep a transcript of chat sessions just for analysis and improving the product, but we might see a topic entered, but we have got no idea who entered that topic from where or whatever. We don't know. And we use Google Analytics to track usage, which is very helpful. That's why I'm able to say almost 24 hours, 7 days a week, we see users. And in terms of our compliance with various laws, we're in Canada and we're complying with the Canadian anti-spam law. And no user data is used to train ChatGPT, so be assured of that. Now, what is ChatGPT claims the right to be able to keep some data for up to 30 days for legal purposes. If there was a lawsuit or anything about content, something happened with the content. However, since no user information, personal information is being entered, you don't have to be concerned about that, I would say as well. So here we are. So we've got two basic tools: check my knowledge and grow my knowledge. Okay. So what we have here, they have different functions, and it's not really quite clearly understood by some users. Check my knowledge. The idea of that is that you self-assess your understanding of a topic, and the idea would be that you might study material. Your students would study material, attend your lecture, read an article, let's say, study a chapter in a textbook, and then check your understanding of that material. It's not really for introducing your understanding of new material, but just to reinforce your understanding. I've written an article at LinkedIn where Sarah is going to share the link with you in the chat. The LinkedIn article gets in more depth to the rationale. And also, if you're really interested in this topic of reinforcement of learning through self-assessment, Andrew Huberman for Stanford University, a neuroscientist, has over a 1 hour podcast on the effectiveness of self-assessment in learning. And Sarah will also post that link if you're curious about that. So all you'd ever want to know, it's so tedious, in fact, but he really dives deeply into the rationale, the importance of self-assessment to reinforce your learning. In fact, he has research supporting the claim that if you study and then self-assess, you'll lose less than 50% of the material that you've studied. It really reinforces your learning, reinforces your memory of the material. So he quotes studies as well where he talks about when you study a material, self-assess, and then have a final test on the material, those students would do better than the students who might study the material several times, like study, and then test. So that's what all the check your knowledge and skills tool is about. It's reinforcing what you know already. And then grow my knowledge is Socratic questioning. The idea there is that through questioning, you can grow your understanding, you construct your own understanding, build your knowledge about that particular topic. So the two tools have different functions. You'll see in each of our pages, we've got a brief video introducing the topics. So anyway, we've introduced an AI agent with a summary analysis, and I'm going to demonstrate that as well. So here we go, check my knowledge. Okay, we check my knowledge. We've got several options here. A specific topic. Now, you don't enter a question here. For instance, you don't enter a question, you enter a topic, a subject. So you can enter your own topic, or you can upload content, your own content, and I'll get into that a bit later. But first of all, enter your own topic here. I'll explain the other options shortly, but let's just do one right away. I was testing the topic, our solar system. I thought that might be kind of interesting. It was Earth Day exactly a week ago, I think. So we'll look at that. So we enter our topic, and then we begin. So welcome. Can you explain what a planet is and so on? Two characteristics. the distinguished planets. I just have to sort of move my screen aside here. Just a second here. Oops. Sorry about. Sorry, just as I was working on the screen here, I've moved things aside here and had a minor mishap, but I think we're back in business again here.
Ron, I'm
So,
gonna jump in for 1 sec. Your webcam moved. We're just seeing your torso and from your note. There you go.
okay, how's that now? Yeah, sorry,
That's
sorry,
better.
I was just moving the webcam and got messed up there a bit. So anyway, on my solar system, we'll start off again here and explain what a planet is. Name two characteristics to distinguish planets from other celestial bodies. Well, not the best in astronomy here, but we'll answer the planets orbit the sun. Okay, let's see what that says. So, good start. However, more bodies, characteristics. Okay, here's your next question. What are the four terrestrial planets in the solar system and makes them differ from giant gas? So Earth is obviously terrestrial. Mars, let me see, Venus. Well, I'll do that. And are solid, not. And you'll see as I go on here, we're being checked on our understanding. There's not a lot of in-depth questioning and follow-up, but okay, describe the asteroid belt, okay, and so on. Let's say, well, I don't like that question. Let's go to, give me another question. So you can click on that. What is a comet? How does it differ in terms of composition and appearance? It has a fiery tail. Oops. Fiery tail. Whoops. Okay. By the way, it's quite tolerant to spelling mistakes. Okay. Fiery tail. So, okay, okay, so what is the significance of the Kuiper belt? What types of objects can be found there? Let me see, I could say help me if I'm not sure. Okay. So there you can get help. Like me to ask you another question. I'm going to click done and notice what we get here at the end. We get a summary table. So we've got our question that was asked of us, the correct answer, and then my answer, and then a score. Like I got 5. It's this. You can take the scores with a grain of salt if you wish, but out of 10, I got 5 partially correct, partially correct. Oh, partially correct all the way. And the last one I didn't answer, so I got 0 for that. Um, so that's we've got some options here. We can copy this table. Okay, that's one thing we can do, copy that table. And we can also copy our whole transcript. Now, since there's no login, you're not able to retrieve this unless you copy it now and paste it into your word processor. It's not, there's no system saving of it. It's just a case of copying to your clipboard. So you've got that. So if you want to keep record of your session, we'll just click copy. Now, there's a couple of options here before we get to help you improve. Um, we can share this table by Facebook or X or like LinkedIn right now. We probably should add Instagram because that's actually becoming more popular in many ways than Facebook. And you can share the table to share the results with others. So I can just, if you'll see what happens if I just click LinkedIn here, and it automatically launches my LinkedIn, and it will actually give me the table there, but I won't post it right now, so I'll quit that. So you could see, like, when you're if you have students working on different topics, they could post the results either on social media, or you could have them copy and paste it into your learning management system. So Help Me Improve is the new agent that I'm quite excited to share here. So I'm going to click on that, Help Me Improve. And what this does is it's going to allow me to put in my email address. And note here, again, it's going to send me sort of a summary and analysis of my session, and recommend resources to improve my understanding. So we don't keep email addresses here. This is the only time you'd enter an email address here, but we don't keep them. So there's no record of the email address. So you can submit that, and I'm going to show it to you. It's a success analysis in a few minutes. Okay, it's going to come, and I'll share that with you in just a moment when I'll check my email over here, and we can see. Okay, it looks like it's come through already, so I might as well share that right now. Here we go. I'll just quit this here first of all, and bring that email back again. Okay, here we are. So saying, hello, we finished processing your summary. You can view your table here. You can click and see the table again. Okay, here's what you did well. Characteristics of planets. You mentioned the planets orbit the sun. Okay, identification of differences of terrestrial planets. Understanding of comet's appearance. Okay, areas to improve. Okay, so now some areas to improve here. Overview of the Kepler belt and its importance. So what this does, when you click on this link, it's going to take you, the first one's to a video, and it's going to take you to various videos from YouTube on the Kuiper belt. And we're going to then go back here. Sort of launch that again. Okay. And also we get a link here as well. Okay, and this is showing then the AI overview of Google, which I'm finding now is much better than when it first came out. It's actually, I find it very useful. So you can get the an overview here, and of course the regular search as well, NASA, for instance. So great feature. I think now it's now also I should point out, really to be meaningful, the basis, what did I do, about 4 or 5 questions? Really, you probably need about 10 questions, I'd say, for the results to be truly meaningful. I just did it quite quickly here, just for demo purposes. Okay, now let's, before we get into features, let's move over to the other tool that we have. We can go back to the home page here and grow my knowledge. And the kinds of questions you're going to get are going to be different. We'll start basic here in terms of what the question is going to be. So it says, what do you already know about the solar system? What are some key components you think includes it? You see, it's asking you what you know. It's not sort of asking you questions about the solar system right away. So you can see the differences coming up right away here. Key components, well, we've got planets, the sun, I know about that, and so on. Meteors, comets. Okay. Okay, great, you've identified them. Okay, let's start with the planets. Names the planets. Okay, you can ask me another question as well here. I'm going to say, I don't know. Okay, you see, and it doesn't give you the answer. Unlike with the check tool, it would give you the answer. It'd say, okay, here's the answer to the question. But this one is encouraging you to start thinking about it a bit more deeply and giving you a hint to work your way towards understanding. So we've got the inner and outer planets. The inner planets give planets that might fit that description. Well, I'll say Mars, Earth, and I'll start with that. Okay, okay. What are the characteristics? Okay, I'm going to say, tell me. And it's not going to tell me. You can see, I understand you're looking, okay. Think about the characteristics. Earth, we know this one well. You mentioned this one. Okay, you can see the difference here that it's not checking your knowledge, it's trying to help you in understanding that particular topic. So I'll click done. It thanks us, and we carry on. Okay. Um, just looking at our okay, the basic features. Okay, Sarah, I think we can pause here just for a moment and stop the sharing here. Are there any questions though that would be of interest?
Yep, we have a line up here of a few
Okay.
questions. So the first one is from John. He would
Mhm.
like to know, how is it free and how will you be able to keep it free?
Oh, that's an interesting question, John. Um, the good news here is that the cost of AI generation responses has come down significantly. Um, we're spending a couple of dollars a day. That's about it for the volume of inquiries we're getting. We're using Chat GPT 4.0 Mini, which has come down significantly in cost. And in fact, we expect and really, in the short term, the cost of AI generation to be significantly less. So not an issue for us right now. So we can carry on with it being free. Certain features we've had to restrict access to because our mandate would not be to charge. We're a public organization, publicly funded, and we are not able to charge. You'll see when we get into the teaching assistant with the learning shorts video generation, that actually is a significant cost. So we use a credit-based system, which you don't pay for, but we limit use. Okay, Sarah?
Hey, thanks, Ron. Gabriella would like to know, does it work for courses in Spanish?
Oh, absolutely. That was the next. I'm getting into languages next. Absolutely. You can use up to 30 different languages, but the issue is the interface doesn't change. We've got only an English and we've got a French interface, French being, of course, the other official language in Canada. But the interface doesn't change in language, but the dialogue, the conversation is in one of 30 different languages, including certainly Spanish as well. So, other questions, Sarah?
Yeah, I got three more on the queue here. Avanel would like to know if you use the data to train the AI.
No, we don't. No, absolutely not. No, the default, in fact, by the method we're accessing OpenAI is that no training. So no training is done for AI for OpenAI with our data. No. And you can see more details about that in the policy as well.
Okay,
Sarah, I noticed a couple of questions came up about using it for minors using or actually anyone under 18, that's following OpenAI's policy. And the idea would be if you're using this with children or teens for that matter, youth, use it in the supervised environment. That's what we recommend. And independent, we're not marketing this in any way aiming at under 18, but by all means, you can certainly use it in high school. And that's just OpenAI's general policy. And in fact, you look at all the AI systems, they'd be recommending that as well, all the major platforms. Other questions?
We have a few more in the queue here. Jonathan would like to know, is the back end Chat GPT fine-tuned for education on specific data, or is it using prompt engineering and context settings to customize it?
Yeah, it's the latter. It's using prompt engineering. No, we're not doing any other special training for it. Okay.
Scott would like to know, can you redirect and prompt the AI tool in certain ways? For example, ask a question one at a time or be more basic.
Not quite sure. I think that may be referring to the features we have, and I'll demonstrate those, the different learning levels, as we call them. So I'll demonstrate. I think it's related to that. Okay, so what I'll do is I'm going to go back and screen share here, and we'll go into more details. Okay, so back here, screen share. Okay, so that's custom. I was thinking more the custom content. No, it'd be more sort of the languages and so on we want to talk about as well. So okay, let's go back. Okay, um, this point. So notice we had here solar system, and you have topic difficulty. You can change the level of difficulty here by saying moving to advanced, and so it would assume you know something about the topic already, and the questions should be adjusted according to that. The learning, what we call learning levels here, is really trying to attempt to simplify the language from elementary. It doesn't mean this is aimed at elementary students. It just means maybe we could use better labels for it, but it's aimed at a lower language proficiency versus professional level, which, as they assume, would be higher level. So now, depending on your topic, this may or may not work as well as you'd hope. This topic, solar system, I tried it, and I'm not sure if it's really doing that good a job. Um, okay, today we're going to explore solar system, advanced level to start. What aspects do you find most intriguing? Yeah, this is actually perhaps dynamics of celestial bodies. Yeah, I mean, that is definitely more advanced language and level of understanding than it would be at the other levels. So I'm going to put, say, the elementary level. The language should be simpler. It should still be the sort of a more advanced understanding of the topic, but the language, yeah. Okay, we're going to work on fifth grade reading level. Let's dive into some questions. Okay, yeah, actually, I got a feeling in this case that maybe the difficulty level was overwritten or sort of overridden, such by the the learning level. So okay, it's just trying to simplify the language here. So anyway, you'll have to experiment with this and try it. And the same thing. We're going back to the we'll go back to the check tool, and same thing here. We have our solar system, and same thing here. You'll find we've got the undergraduate level, learning level. We've got the elementary level. That's for this. Okay. So, so try those. I encourage you to try them, see how it works, and you take it from there. But that's the idea behind it. They work, as I said, some topics much better than others. So, hands-on activity. I want to get into that. We've had Q&A. Um, Hands-on activity. I wanted you to, maybe some of you have been doing this already. Give it a try on a topic that you're very familiar with, and see how it responds to the topic. Okay, so I'm going to get into now custom content, and I also want to get into languages. I mentioned that before, but I haven't talked about that yet. So languages first of all. Okay, and I haven't talked about OpenStax. I think that may be a priority right now. First of all, do OpenStax. Okay, OpenStax, if you don't know, is large collection of open content, open educational content, open textbooks. There's about 75 different textbooks They're used worldwide. They claim, OpenStax claims there's about 7 million users and about, I think, 2,500 faculty around the world who are using the textbooks. You, in fact, may be using them yourself. If you are using an OpenStax book and anything you're teaching, please post it in chat. Let us know. So what we've done is we've loaded basically all the OpenStax content into ChatGPT, and we can then use that as the basis of our queries. Now, it's divided into different subjects according to the availability of the OpenStax textbooks. That's why you're seeing a topic like nursing here, because there are several OpenStax books where at an ordinary subject list, you might not happen to find nursing listed separately. And you'll notice there isn't education as a field of study as such either. It's aimed at more undergraduate textbooks. Now, these books are peer reviewed and professionally edited. They're top quality books. So let's go keep our solar system, but we're going to now do our content search or check my knowledge only on the OpenStax books. And the advantage of this is you'll see quite clearly that what we're doing is going to get the source of the answer from the AI. What's the most massive object? And the sun, which the sun, which consists of gases. The response time you might notice is slightly slower, just because we've got this large collection of books and guess the answer, that's right. Name, okay. And now this is the key thing here, view sources. And when I click on this, you'll see it launches OpenStax textbook. This is the OpenStax textbook, Astronomy 2E. And this is the source of the answer. So one of the concerns, of course, with AI has been the whole idea of hallucinations and AI systems inventing answers, which I don't deny. I mean, they've improved vastly since the earlier models, and they're getting better, but they're not 100%. So this way, if you use OpenStax, it's getting the answers from the textbook. So they're peer reviewed, as I mentioned. So you've got good assurance that there's high quality content, and you can continue with your topics, all the same uh, uh, responses work, help me, ask me another question, and you get also the summary table and so on at the end. Okay, another question, the role of asteroids, okay, and so on. So you've always got your source here, which is something that no other system does. I've never run across any tutoring system. If you have, by all means, put it in the chat. Never run across a tutoring system that would give sources like this and from a recognized authority as well. So this is a very unique feature of OpenStax. If you use it just for this purpose, using OpenStax alone, I think you'll find it quite advantageous. Now we're going to deal with language as well. I won't bother with OpenStax. We'll just get into another topic. I know I just saw that Costa Rica came up here because I was visiting there and demonstrating it. So let's say Costa Rica, and we want to choose, say, Spanish. Say even if we're a student of the Spanish language and we wanted to sort of learn more about the history and culture of a Spanish-speaking country, we can do it. So here we go. The topic is entered as Costa Rica, but the language you'll see here is the response is what is I think it says what's the capital? Uh, so okay, whoops, I made a typo there, but anyway, it's tolerant to typos, as you noticed before. San Jose, yeah, okay, that's the capital, and so on. So I can answer in English. Uh, I can answer in English, and nevertheless, the dialogue will continue on in Spanish. And you can do that in one of 30 different languages as well. So that question was asked earlier on about languages, and so here we have it. So very helpful here. Um, so here are our languages. I believe you're seeing the pop-ups. So there we are from Vietnamese, Greek, Danish, Russian, Korean, Japanese, German, and so on. So lots of different languages here for us to use. Okay, that's that. And next thing, I'll pause for a moment, Sarah. Are there any questions right now about
We have some general questions, not about anything that you have just specifically
okay.
over. So it's up
Okay,
to
if there
you
are
for.
more general questions, maybe we could hold off a bit then, and I'll jump into my content. Okay, so you have also, you saw, of course, the OpenStax where you're getting the responses, the answers come back from a known source of OpenStax textbooks. So what you can also do is have the answers based on your own content that you upload. So this is interesting here, and it's a tremendous feature because what you can do is you can assign students an article to read, some class notes that you've prepared, and their understanding can be checked on the basis of that, or they can grow their understanding through the Grow tool on the basis of that. So again, you have the ability to overcome some of the hallucinations that are possible with AI. So it's your own content. So um, file size can be a restriction, PDF or Word documents. Generally, I'm not sure if we can get 10,000, sorry, 100,000 words. Well, you'll have to just experiment to see. We've tried to up that, and it may be working right now with larger files, but we'll see. So I'm going to quickly go to desktop here. I've got an article here I published about blended learning, and I'm going to upload it, and it'll appear here. You can also paste content here. So I could have gone and copied and pasted that article in here, but it's a lot simpler just to upload it. So you'll see that whatever you upload is actually appearing here, or you can just paste directly. Any content that you copy it from the web anywhere, paste it in here and base your session on that. So I'm going to start. This is an article about STEM, comparison of STEM and non-STEM in blended learning. Okay, STEM combines classroom and online learning. Okay, and it gets into STEM because that's the main theme of the article. Why do you think students in STEM perform better than those in non-STEM? Well, it's getting that answer because the that was the conclusion of this particular study that I've uploaded, that STEM students, in fact, did perform better overall than not in than non-STEM students. So and so anyway, we can go on and on. All the same features work as well. You can again go get the AI analysis as well of it, the agent analysis of your responses as well. So great feature here, and that works also in the Grow tool. Same thing, you can upload your content there, or you can paste content in here, and your session will be based on that. So great way for students to learn about material to increase their understanding of that material. So, any questions, Sarah, that would be relevant to this right now? I'll pause my video for a second.
Okay, I'm just looking back. There was one regarding OpenStax. Are there any sources for languages?
No, not in OpenStax. They don't have their books well, they don't have any books about language and language teaching. However, it will work. This is really fascinating because you can have the OpenStax textbooks, but it will respond in languages, I believe. Let me just double check that. It will respond in languages that so I better double check that. I can't remember whether we disable that or not. No, we didn't disable that. No. Yeah, we did. Okay, so I'm sorry. It won't work in languages. However, the uploaded documents, my content, it can work in our 30 different languages as well, but not OpenStax. No. Okay. So just double checking that. Okay, Sarah, anything else now?
Okay. Yep. When it comes to languages, are we able to make it only accept responses in the specific response language? Just thinking about language learning.
No, we can't restrict it to, you can, as you saw, I responded in English. Um, so that I guess you could say that's a limitation, but a student who wants to learn, of course, you would hope that they would try to enter in that language. Another feature for language learning, I'm going to be sharing the voice feature shortly, but the right now as it is, what you can see, since you don't have access to our interactive voice, what you can see here, I'm going to share my screen again. And okay, oops, I didn't want that. I wanted this here. Um, so let's go back to, well, let's take this topic, cybersecurity. And no, we don't want OpenStax though. Okay. And we can take, why not take French then? Okay. Okay. Okay, now we have this capability here right now for read aloud. So this is a great feature, I would say, for language learning. Let's hope you can hear it.
Bienvenue à la fonction Vérifier d'apprendre avec Aya Pro. Voici votre première question. Qu'est-ce que la cybersécurité et pourquoi est-elle importante dans notre monde numérique d'aujourd'hui?
So you can, so and then I can put that in, have that read to me as well. This is a little bit slower to read it.
Pas de problème. La cybersécurité est la pratique de protéger les systèmes informatiques, les réseaux.
And of course, you can do that in any of our 30 languages as well. So there's great potential, I think, for learning languages with this as it stands now. Okay, let's see where we are here. Okay, these next features I think are quite interesting, and not many people know about these features here. Okay, the first one, well, I'm going to do the right click to launch. I think that's a nice feature. And some of you may know that we had an election in Canada last night. I hope all Canadians would know. And we have a new prime minister. Well, he's re-elected, formally elected. His name is Mark Carney, and I just happened to have this article from CBC News about it. And let's say you wanted to know more about Mark Carney. Who is he? Where did he come from? So we can launch AI Tutor Pro to find out more about him. See, go to AI Tutor Pro. I right-clicked, check my knowledge about Mark Carney. Okay, and it launches the tool. See, it's a different window up here versus where I was before. It launches AI Tutor Pro, and we can begin our session to find out more about Mark Carney. Mark Carney's his former role, he was former governor of the Bank of Canada and the Bank of England and so on. So I won't go into answering it, but you see the idea of that is this right click to launch. This is going to be one of the tasks, if you want, activities during the lunch break I'd ask you to look at. And the way you do it is described right here. A news item is the top of the list here. What's new? Quickly look up. It's actually only works with Chrome. It's a Chrome extension. So you just go to this link, click add to Chrome, and away you go. And so anything you're reading on the web, then you're able to right click and launch AI Tutor Pro. So simple as that. A very nice feature. Next feature that I want to talk about is what's called LTI integration. And LTI integration, what this means is you can introduce AI Tutor Pro, link to AI Tutor Pro with a special URL and have it come into your learning management system. I've showed it here in a course I've taught. York University uses a version of Moodle. And here it is, AI Tutor Pro within Moodle. And the thing is, this is very, very strange, that it's showing Canva here, which is what I'm going to show in a moment. But we're staying right within the York U domain. I'm not quite sure how that got there, but I don't want to go through and log out and log back in, but it will stay in the same domain. You're not leaving the domain. You're staying. Anything in your course remains here. Oh, there. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's why it was doing it. It's prompted me to log in. So, and I've got to go through authentication. Sorry about that. But in fact, I won't do that. I'm going to. Oh, it did. Okay, it went ahead. So, okay. Okay, so here was back again, AI Tutor Pro, and here it is in Moodle, and you see this is the URL, eClass at yorku.ca, and I'll continue and navigating throughout AI Tutor Pro, and it's always going to say as YorkU up here, that you're not leaving the domain, so you can keep students in your course when they're using AI Tutor Pro. Now, it can't access material directly in your course. Students would have to download that material and then load it in directly to AI Tutor Pro. It'd be a nice feature to work on to get that working, so we could just take content from a learning management system, but they're all different, and open standards aren't really open, we're finding. So that would be quite a challenge to do that, I think. But having it operating here so the students don't have to go outside and don't get back to your course, I think is a great feature. Very quickly, I just have a demo course. I don't use Canvas. I'm sure many of you are using Canvas. We just create a new module, and it's very simple to add AI Tutor Pro, and you'll be doing this in your oh, here it is here. Type this URL in during the break. You'll be doing this, and so it's this simple to add AI Tutor Pro to yeah, add an external item, you know, and there sorry, I've got it. So basically, this is the process. You just add this external item here, AI Tutor Pro, and okay, here we are. It's launched right in Canvas, and everything works the same. And so it's a tool in this course, which isn't really a course. It's just I just opened a shell called Ron here. So there we are with what's called LTI integration. It's a standard, open standard for integrating content into a learning management system. So, okay, and now installing the app, installing it as an app, okay. You can install, this is really useful on a mobile device, on your phone, or if you've got an iPad or a tablet. Installing it on your device, so it's just an icon you click, but it works also on desktop as well. And so I've uninstalled it so I can just give a demonstration. I'll go to AI Tutor Pro. And I'm using Chrome, as you can see. Maybe I'm going to go down here to cast and share. And notice here, install AI Tutor Pro is going to pop up. And install it. Yeah, okay, and there it is. It's installed on my desktop. I don't want that. I shouldn't have closed that there, but I wanted to show you I'm not sure where it came up. Oh yeah, here it is over here, AI Tutor Pro, and I gotta put it over here. So now when I launch AI Tutor Pro from here, I've got just a unique view of it. Very handy. And also where it's really handy though is on your mobile device. So it works very nicely on the mobile device. So you don't have to download an app. You just follow the instructions, and you've got it as another icon on your mobile device. You can click on and launch the tutor. All the functions work, and so on. So you don't have to bother going to the Chrome store or Apple store. You just do it directly from a Chrome browser and install it. So we've got instructions for that in our latest updates, and I'll give you the link for that later on. So there we are, our features here. And any questions before we get to the end here of the voice tutor and image recognition? Sarah?
Yep, I have a
Yep.
few. Some may not pertain to what you just were talking about, but if you're okay with that, I can go back to what we had missed earlier. Okay, the first one is, how different is this from Copilot or Chat GDP? We get a few questions on this in this session, so maybe you can clear that up.
Well, it's different in the sense that what we've done is basically we have a shell, like an overview, that we lay on top of ChatGPT. Everything we're doing here, you can do yourself in ChatGPT. You just have to go through the steps of doing it, so to speak. You can tell ChatGPT to act as a tutor and help you learn a topic. So what we're doing is providing a convenience shell. We're not doing anything that you could not normally do in ChatGPT. Let's put it that way. Copilot is the same. It's basically based on ChatGPT as well. So so we're not doing anything really that unique in a way, other than just giving you the convenient interface and very easy access. Okay, Sarah?
Hey, Emmanuel would like to know, what are the file formats, for example, Word, PDF, supported by My Content features on the AI Tutor Pro?
Yeah, those two, Word, PDF, and text as well. So so you'll find out. We've got another tool that will actually accept, say, a PowerPoint presentation, which I'll get to as well later. Some more questions?
What restrictions are there on uploading copyrighted material for content? Can copyrighted material be used? If so, how is copyrighted clear? And is the copyrighted material retained by AI Tutor Pro?
Well, this is going to have to be a question you'll ask your librarian, because no, you can upload content and it's not retained. What it does is it goes as part of the prompt. It goes in and the prompt disappears. So it's not being retained. It's not being stored on our server nor on OpenAI's server. So I would think it's fair use for students just to upload an article, and then that's it. When they close the session, it's gone. It's disappeared. So I would say that's certainly fair use of copyright material. Now, there's the other feature that we have, which may be a little different, what we call faculty assistant, and that's part of the AI Teaching Assistant Pro, which I'll demonstrate as well. So I would say it's safe, but I can't talk for your own institution what is licensed, and what's fair use in your own jurisdiction.
Okay, we have a question from Stella.
Mhm.
Can we have the LTI and also preload the content for students to use inside a course?
Preloading the content, no, unfortunately, that would be convenient, wouldn't it? Unfortunately not. We have, again, this what I mentioned as faculty assistant, but that can't actually be launched in AI Tutor Pro. And that's one where you upload content and you give your students a unique URL to access AI Tutor Pro. But of course, you could easily have a link in your LMS going to that as well. And I'll show that. I'll show that feature. So no, it would be nice, as I said, to have a link directly to content in your LMS, but right now it can't, like under my content. Anything else before we get to the
Sure, I'll
two
do,
exciting demos of our voice interaction? And
yes, I'll do one more and then
okay,
Michael's been busy answering some in the background. So when he
yeah.
he'll be able to type in the answer. So we have one from Nancy. Does the student have to upload the article or PDF in their My Content in order to be tested on it? And does it last more than one session?
Yes, the students have to upload it. And no, it doesn't last more than one session, you see, because there's no login. So there's no way of retaining it. And that's a trade-off. I admit that's a trade-off of having no login. So it's, yeah, they can not close their browser and it'll still be there next time. So, okay. Sarah, I think what we'll do is we'll go into sharing the features I've been talking about of ones that will come very, very soon. Okay, so here we are. I'm at what's ahead. Okay. We're a little bit over time here, but that doesn't matter. AI Teaching Assistant Pro is going to be less time. So what's ahead? Okay. Voice, first of all, voice tutor. Okay. This is a little bit further ahead. We have a working model right now. I hope I have the link here. Yes, I do. A little bit further ahead, but you'll see check my knowledge and you'll also see grow my knowledge. And now we've added this new feature, or we will add, or some version of this new feature called Discuss My Knowledge. Now, so what you do is the same thing. You can put, I'm going to go back with our solar system, and you've got different voices, male and female, one with British accent, others a pretty neutral accent, and you've got languages as well. So what we're going to do is just proceed here. I'm sorry, we're going to proceed and check our language. We can go into any language we want here, and then we're all good to go here. So just a moment here. I've got to pause just a moment here, and again, I've got to move my camera here a bit so I can get going here. Okay, there we are. Start. Okay.
Welcome! Today we'll be exploring our solar system. This includes the sun, the planets, their moons, and other.
Oh, okay, that's an interesting topic. I'm anxious to learn more about the solar system.
Fantastic! Our solar system is composed of the sun and all the objects that orbit it, including planets, moons, asteroids, comets, and more.
Oh, the sun is key to the solar system. We couldn't survive without it.
Absolutely. The sun is indeed vital to our solar system. It provides the light and heat necessary for life on Earth and influences the orbits of the planets.
Oh,
Can you
speaking
think?
of planets, I'm interested in Pluto. Is that still a planet? I think that was changed, wasn't it?
Yes, that's correct. In 2006, the International Astronomical Union, IAU, redefined what constitutes a planet. As a result,
Oh,
was reclassified
what
as a
can you
unit.
tell me, Shimmer, about the International Astronomical Union? I've never heard of that.
The International Astronomical Union, IAU, is an organization that brings together professional
Okay,
astronomers.
thanks a lot, Shimmer. That's all for now.
You're welcome. Thank you for your curiosity and interest in learning about our solar system.
Okay, folks. So I guess you notice a few things here. I could interrupt it at any time, and I could change the topic at any time as well. You saw me jump ahead to going into talking about Pluto, which wasn't mentioned, and then I asked about the International Astronomical Union as well. So think of that now, and now think of another language. I'm going to just take German for a change. Why not? The problem is I can't speak German. I know a few words, but can't speak German.
Hallo, ich bin Schimmer, dein Lehrer für unser Sonnensystem. Heute werden wir die faszinierenden Geheimnisse unseres Sonnensystems erforschen. Um zu beginnen, kannst du mir erzählen, was du schon über die Planeten in unserem Sonnensystem weißt? Zum Beispiel,
I won't get very far with that. So I'm gonna go to French. So we'll try it.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Shimmer et je suis votre tuteur pour explorer notre système solaire. Nous allons découvrir ensemble les planètes, les lunes, les astéroïdes et bien plus encore. Pour commencer, pouvez-vous me dire quelle est la planète la plus proche du Soleil dans notre système solaire?
Je pense que c'est Mercury, n'est-ce pas?
Oui, c'est exact. Mercure est la planète la plus proche du Soleil. Elle est située à environ 58 millions de kilomètres du Soleil. Savez-vous pourquoi Mercure a des températures extrêmes entre le jour et la nuit?
I don't really know.
C'est une excellente question. Mercure n'a pas d'atmosphère substantielle.
Okay. So it understands English, of course. You saw that, and but it keeps responding in French. So, and of course that works with all the languages as well. So, so there we are. We've got our our voice tutor. Any questions about that, Sarah? We before we go ahead to the next tool that we're working on, the image recognition.
Oh, Ron, we're good. Michael has
Okay.
been a superstar, just offering, answering things in the background.
Okay, that's great. Yeah. So we're looking forward to that. One issue we're facing right now is the question of cost came up earlier, one of the other questions, and the issue is that's fairly expensive right now for us to have the true interactive voice the way you saw it. But we're hoping costs are coming down and we can release that available to all AI Tutor Pro users. But one tool that we are going to release now is the uh, image recognition. And I'm going to show you a little different approach with the image recognition here. I'll just want to get, okay, so you can't, so there's a question popped up, I think it was George. You can't access that now. I'm just showing you where we're headed with the tool and some exciting developments that we're working on. So I'm going to now share, I'm going to share my phone here. And I guess just a moment here. I'm just going to just screen share. Okay, now you're seeing my phone. And what I've done is I've got to be careful not clicking on the screen. I've got to click on my phone here. A new tool, the image recognition, you're going to see this capability. And you'll be able to use it, of course, just like the current version on your phone or anywhere on your desktop, any tool. So we've got now the capability we're about to launch of image recognition. So what we're going to do is go to my content, okay, and instead of choosing a file to upload, we're going to now operate it a little differently. It's not going to be a text file, it's going to be an image. So you can upload an image and have your chat session based on that image, which could be fascinating for many, many different fields. But I'm just going to show you. So I've got it. So I can take it now using my phone, I can take it from my library. But what is more interesting is going to be take from my phone. So here I am. Just happened, I had this textbook handy. Ray Kurzweil, uh, the both inventor and futurist thinker, and I'm going to take a picture here and use this photo. And now I'm going to upload it to AI Tutor Pro. And okay, okay, and I'll start my dialogue, see what it does here. Oh, okay. You see what recognize the writing singularity. What's the singularity mean? And well, it's when machine intelligence surpasses human intelligence. So anyway, we can go on with that dialogue. Uh, machine machines become more intelligent, and of course, I can use voice as well. Uh, more intelligent than humans. Okay, so it goes on just the way you'd expect it to do. And merging AI might change the way we live and work. Yeah, okay, yeah, so fascinating. So here's another example, though. You can imagine this. Most, say in math, I'll do another image upload here. I'll get rid of that one. And I'm going to, again, it says choose a file. It's a little misleading. I certainly do admit that. We haven't released it yet. It's going to be take a photo. So I've got a math problem here that I wrote out and solve this equation. I'm going to use this photo and upload it. And unlike many of the tutors that are used basically for helping students solve their homework, this is checking your understanding. Again, it gives a math equation, and now you've got to answer it. It's not just going to solve it for you. It's not a homework cheater, so to speak. It's to get you to think about the topic and check what you're understanding. And if you ask me another question, it's going to, again, I go to click on the screen, ask me another question here, and it's going to process that and another equation and so on. So there we have it. It's our feature soon to be released. Okay, and so what I'm going to do now is stop screen sharing, and we are going to take a break. Sarah, are there any questions you think related to these two that we feel should be answered? There'll be time during the afternoon as well for more in-depth discussion, and also just as we get going later.
Yep, absolutely. There is a question about when the voice tutor will be available, if you have a time frame in mind.
Unfortunately, we don't really have a time frame in mind yet. We want to release it as soon as we can. Again, as I said, it's cost, so we're waiting for costs to come down a bit. Um, the image recognition, Melanie just asked about that, I saw, but it'll be available, I would think, in the next week or two. We'll sort that out. Just a few minor things. It seems to be working very well. Yeah, very well. So that's going to be a great tool to use. So learning anytime, anywhere is going to be is certainly possible with this. So you're walking somewhere and say, hey, I want to learn more about that, something I saw on a sign or whatever. You take a picture of something. So we've got a little bit more refining to do, but I would think in a couple of weeks we certainly should have that ready to go. And we'll release it, and then beta version, then we'll work on improving it. So okay. So what I had planned now, Sarah, was to just take a break, and what I'm going to do is I want to share with you an AI song that there's an AI tool that I've used a few times here called Murica, and I asked it to write a song about and play a song about AI Tutor Pro. And so I'll just bring that up. We've shared the screen, and we'll take a 5-minute break. Sarah, if you can put the timer on, and I'll share that screen. And we've got the sound level here. Okay, yeah. Okay, I'll get the. Okay, here it is here. AI Tutor Pro, it's about 2.5 minutes or something. But anyway, Sarah will put the timer on, and we'll come back in 5 minutes or so. So, oh, we're at 11:17 now. Okay, just a little after.
Tech teachers by my side, AI Tutor Pro, guiding through math and coding with a smile. Courses and jokes to surprise, no more stress. Grades and laughs, together we rise. Code blocks and logic games, fun and bright. Learning with a giggle, no need to bite. Tech's here to assist day and night, making education a breeze, shining so bright. AI teaching assistant Pro, always here to help, making learning fun with quizzes and jokes to the prize. We've got the grades, we've got the laughs, together we make education a breeze. From algebra to algorithms, we tackle it all. Tech teachers by our side, making knowledge cool. With a smile and a giggle, we face each challenge. No need to worry, our tech's always a fan. AI teaching assistant Pro, guiding us with care, bringing joy to learning, making every lesson fair. We've got the grades, we've got the laughs, together we made education a breeze. Tech teachers by our side, AI Tutor Pro, making learning fun with quizzes and jokes to surprise. We've got the grade, we've got the laughs, together we make education a breeze.
Hello, everyone. I think we're ready to get going again here. And Sarah, is the timer still up? I'm not sure if it is.
Timer has gone off.
Okay, great. Yeah, okay. I saw a countdown here and I wasn't sure. Yeah. Okay, so now I just had a chance to go through some of the questions and comments. They're fabulous, fabulous content, and I hope we'll get a chance to answer most of them. But now we're turning to AI Teaching Assistant Pro, going back to our schedule here. So Teaching Assistant Pro, sort of the same idea. I'm going to highlight some of the basic features and then talk about some new features that we've added and so on. But the same idea. We may run a bit over. I hope that's going to be okay. Lots to learn about these tools, isn't there? So AI Teaching Assistant Pro. Okay, the most basic tool that we started off with was the syllabus and teaching notes tool. I think I'll start with that then. Okay, so here, this tool, what it'll do is it'll generate uh, most of the components in your course syllabus. And now I want to say right at the beginning, we're not saying you should take this content and use it directly, but it's content that may inspire you to for your existing course. And in fact, an interesting use of the tool that's emerged is, okay, you've got your course right now that you're teaching or courses, put that content in, that title in, and see what AI Teaching Assistant Pro recommends both for content to be included, your weekly outline and teaching notes and so on, and generate slides as well. So it may be a way of just sort of getting some different ideas about what you're teaching it from another perspective and doing all that within a couple of minutes using AI Teaching Assistant Pro. Okay, again, the more precise your topic is, the better. So let's say we want to do a short course on climate change. That's pretty vague. So why don't we do something like effects of climate change on global ecosystems? And we have then put that in as our topic for the course. And then we have, first of all, the course description. This is typical, what you might say is the calendar description. It wouldn't be 10 words, of course, 100 words, let's say. Course length. Now, this is number of sessions or weeks, some are weekly, whatever. Yeah, you can do, just for the sake of brevity, I'm going to keep this fairly short, a 5-week course uh, about the effects of climate change. And again, you've got the choice of languages as well, our 30 different languages. So you could this could be a course in Spanish or whatever language you're using. Uh, so, so what we do is just click on generate. Okay, here we are. So we're going to generate a course description and here it goes here. Yeah, you'll be able to come back to this at any time uh, while you're still in the syllabus tool, but you may want to copy it at this point. Just click on the icon to copy it, use it, put it into your word processor. If you're not happy with it, you can just regenerate this course, and it gives a slightly different perspective. And if you say, oh, that's too long, you want to shorten it, or I want more in-depth description, you can lengthen it as well. So next step, okay, we've got our course description. Now we can generate learning outcomes, or whatever people may call these course objectives, learning outcomes, expectations. They're generally the same. And they're aimed at higher level expectations, more the analysis, synthesis, evaluation, creation level outcomes that most of us would want in our courses. And we would generate those. Okay, let's choose 5, the default of 5. You may want more, maybe fewer, but here they are. It generates our course outcomes. You can go through those and make sure they make sense to you. Here, everything makes sense. You can, of course, regenerate. So now, taking that course description and these outcomes now generate a course outline. Now it's going to generate an outline based on that, and it's going to be for a 5-week course. we have the choice of the number of subtopics. I'm just going to cut that down to 3, let's say, and that would be like subtopics addressed in each session, each class meeting, let's say. So I'll generate those. Okay, here we are here again. We copy that if we want to keep a record of it. So introduction to climate change and ecosystems, overview of climate change science, terminology, and so on. So that was the 3 subtopics, okay? We have an optional next step here. If you want to map those, the learning outcomes to the content, because often in the past, I know I'm guilty of the same thing. I might have put objectives, course of learning outcomes, expectations, but never really truly tried to map the 2 together to see if I was really covering all those outcomes fully. So what this table we generate now does is we have for each of the 5 weeks here, we've got, well, it's a bit confusing because we had 5 outcomes, but it's mapping. So in other words, in the first week here, outcome 3 is being mapped quite well, strongly mapped, and we'll go back to outcome 3, and that's here. You'll create a comprehensive, okay. Okay, so, and then the other ones are moderately covered. And we'll see as we work through different ones that are covered. These are covered quite well, change in outcome 3 and 4 covered quite well, and week 4 here, so on. So again, we copy it. If we don't think this is quite right, we can regenerate it as well and take it from there. Now, next would be to generate teaching notes, and this is a very handy feature, let me tell you. Let's go back. Before I do that, I just want to take a course outline. Let's say week 2, impact on terrestrial ecosystems. Okay, so we put in, let's say week 2 here, and we're going to generate those course teaching notes, week 2. Okay, so what this does, gives you some ideas about how you're going to handle the topic. Going to discuss climate change, how it affects forests and grassland, temperature, and so on. Use case studies to illustrate these in different regions. And it now gives active learning suggestions. Conduct a group activity. Students analyze local forests or grassland ecosystems to predict how climate change might affect them, and so on. And it gives resources as well. These are similar now to what you were getting, you saw me show in the agent summary, impacts of climate change. And here's the AI overview from Google and various resources, Canadian Natural Resources Department, and so on. So I'll close that. And this would be a video about it as well, some videos. And we've got this working quite well. I'm quite impressed that all the tests have shown videos and links that were really right on key, right on topic here for us. So very nice feature. And now, so each of the sections here, we've got our materials. Okay. So generate slides is the next one. You can actually generate a slide for a set of slides for each class. And so what we do here is we haven't incorporated images. That's probably going to be coming one of these days as well. So we'll just click that. And what we're doing really here is generating so bullet points that you might want on your slide. And for slide 1 for week 2, bullet points you may want to cover, and then graphics suggest an image of a forest affected by drought. And you see that for every week, and you go down and you see unsplash.com we recommend as a source for free graphics, or you can use the PowerPoint designer tool. So download your PowerPoint here, And this will take just a moment to do it. And you can do this for more than 1 week. So I'm going to save it in my downloads here. And it's not too big a file at this point because it's quite small. So I'm going to open it. Okay. Okay, so we get the basic slides. This is week 2. Okay. And when I say you can use Designer, so now you can use PowerPoint's Designer tool, for instance. And the image suggestion, a forest affected by drought. Not sure if we're going to find, oh yeah, here, they're not affected by drought, but we can go through, look at the various options, see more design options. Probably, well, for the sake of brevity here, I'm going to just put this in so you can see, you can start dressing up, making your slides more visually attractive, or you can put in your own images. And of course, we're in PowerPoint, so you can add or take away from the text, but it gets you going very quickly, I think. A nice way of getting content on PowerPoint presentations, which of course you could use online, or I won't say that, or face-to-face. So, okay, we don't need this here right now. So that's our basic tool for syllabus generation. Are there any questions about that, Sarah, before I go directly relevant to this, before I go to the other features of Teaching Assistant here?
Yep, so there's one by Carol. She just wants to know, AI Teaching Assistant Pro, is this a resource we buy or is it free? Just to...
Oh, no, it's free. This is the whole day is free. The tools you're looking at in the webinar, of course, is free. No, this is free. No, there's no restriction in use. You can use it on your own, whatever way you wish. So open content again, but not open source as such. And same thing, we've got our newsletters, our latest updates, and so on here. Okay, so that was the syllabus. Now, a tool that's proven very popular is actually the ability to generate multiple choice and essay questions. So we'll stick with our climate change one here. So again, these are aimed at higher level thinking skills, analysis, synthesis, evaluation, creation. So we have the option, we can upload our own content. I'll do that in a moment, just show you that. How many questions we want for the quiz, we can go up to 20, I believe. And how many options, the choices, I mean, most often it's 4. Sometimes you might want to put 5 choices. And of course, you've got languages. So if you want to put this in another language, you've got it, up to 30 languages. So we'll generate this, and it does it this quickly. So here are our questions. So we'll just look at the first one, is primary way that climate change is expected to affect marine ecosystems, and give the correct answer. So the idea of this then is that you can copy and paste it into your LMS. I'd say you probably want to paste it into your word processor. You might want to do some editing, perhaps. I'm not sure. Again, we don't recommend you take things directly from AI Teaching Assistant Pro, but you can. If you're not happy with these questions, you can generate another set of questions, but I'd say you might find out you were happy with these, so copy them first and then generate another set of them. Okay, so they'd be a little different, and of course you can, as I said, you can go up to 20. So uploading a file, remember that file I had here in my desktop of the study I did about STEM and blended learning. I'm going to upload that. So you've got course notes, let's say, and you want to create a test based on those course notes. I should have really file upload. I can generate, I don't have to refresh, but I can just generate again. Okay. And it's going to generate some questions based on that uploaded file. So course notes or an article that your students are studying. Okay, a primary focus of the study. Good, yeah, they're good questions. I like uploading my own material here so I can check the accuracy. Which of the following conclusions? Yeah, these are good choices here. Yeah, okay. We've got this option here that download in QTI format. This is an open standard for file format. So in other words, ideally, you should be able to click on this link and then you can import that. It ends up being a zipped file into, say, Canvas, and you'll have your questions right there. But we've tested it on Canvas, and it seems to work in some systems and not others. So there's issues perhaps on our end, and also this QTI does not seem to work too well. It doesn't seem to work in Moodle at all. QTI doesn't seem to recognize, but Canvas will recognize a Blackboard, and D2L as well will recognize it. So that's our multiple choice, and we'll just go back here. Essay questions. Essay questions, another great option, again, aimed at higher level thinking skills. You can also upload your own file. I won't need to demonstrate that again, but what we'll do is just check, well, first of all, I'll leave it, just do, some questions on that, but I won't do the rubric yet. So I'm just going to generate questions. So these are some questions about that topic of climate change. Notice the level of the language, discuss various ways climate change impacts biodiversity, an explanation, and analyze the role, and so on. So you see, they are aimed at, again, sort of higher level thinking. We'll just go to one question here, and I'm going to generate a scoring rubric. Now, this is a really handy feature, scoring rubric. Okay, so here's our question that was generated about climate change. And what you're going to see is a 5-point scale for scoring the results. Now, at the same time, well, we'll look first. Here's our question: impact on global ecosystems, and what constitutes an excellent response? One you'd give 9 or 10 for. Provides a comprehensive analysis of the effects of climate change, specific examples of affected species, well organized, clearly written, deep understanding of the topic, and that will go all the way to an inadequate response of 1 or 2, fails to address the question adequately, providing little or no relevant information about climate change and its effects, so disorganized, unclear, and so on. So this is nice, not only from the convenience to help you score it, but you can share this with students in advance, so they know if they want to get a 10 on this, what they have to do. And we have the choices also of level as well, more advanced level, for instance. And I did mention languages as well. All these options work in language as well, different languages. So you can see this is a more advanced take on that particular topic. So you've got to put, obviously, your own area of expertise in here and see how it generates. And make sure, though, you can qualify this for first year. So that's going to make a difference. You can say that. So you make sure you're specific when you're entering your topic here. Okay, so there are 3 of the features. Okay, now let's see, slide builder, I'll just quickly go to that. This is not actually, well, we built the tool, but it actually goes to Chat GPT. It's the tool you saw at the end of the syllabus creator, but as a standalone GPT, and this would require a Chat GPT login, a free account, not a paid account. A free account would work. And you can, again, put your topic in here and it'll generate them. So this is actually something you can use independent of AI Tutor Pro. Again, this is free as well and fully accessible. So that's the slide builder. I think I'll do learning shorts next. Let's just see where we are in the schedule. Okay, I want to make sure. Learning shorts, yeah, learning shorts would be next. Now, learning shorts are short videos that you can generate on the fly here using several different templates in English and French right now, not other languages. And they are a fabulous way, like to put in, say, in your, if you've got your course in an LMS, most of you probably do, you've got your course in the LMS, you want to introduce the week's topics, it's a way of doing that. Putting it into an online course in different modules, or for each topic you're covering, put a short introductory video for it. Even in presentations, you can just get the video and put it into a PowerPoint presentation as well. So this requires a sign in, and we're not keeping your user information. There's very little information required to sign in. And oops, I didn't mean to get to that right now. No, what I wanted to do is I can go through the create account. I think that might be the way you'll see what you have to do. Oh, so I've got to sign out here and sign in again. Okay. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to sign in with a different account. I'm going to use this account here and sign in. I hope I've got, oh, okay. Yeah, okay. So I've got some videos here that I've generated through this separate account. I've got an admin account. I wanted to get out of that because it doesn't give you the proper view. So here are the videos I've produced so far. And now I don't have any credits in this account. Okay, so what I have to do is I have to request video credits. And this is a manual process. I'm going to ask for 4 video credits. And you have to put a rationale in here for my demo today. And Michael will check his email. And what he's going to do, he's going to grant me the video credits, the success, the request sent. And it's a manual process. So sometimes you might get approval immediately, and sometimes it may be a day, unfortunately, to get approval for it. And so what Michael will do is he'll get an email. I get that email as well, and he'll go into it, and then he gives the approval, and then you're all set. So you can do that learning short. So you see, by the way, you saw that up here I have 4 credits now, so which was 0 before. So I'm going to do a new learning short, and I want to use this one, Newton's laws of motion, or I could do the global climate change one. Popped up, it's easier to do, or maybe I'll do our solar system. Like, why not do that? Here we have the language, English and French only at this point. Now we've got a choice of templates. We've got 4 different templates, and you can see a preview here, template 1, and then these ones, if you've used the tool, you may not have seen these latest ones, template 3 and template 4 as well. Okay, I'm going to go to template 3. So now here we ask you, when you're doing this, we've got a channel, a YouTube channel for learning shorts, and we want to share them, but we don't want to share them without your permission. Most people are agreeing to share to our learning shorts channel, and I'm going to click yes. I'm going to just show you that in a moment, but I want to go back because it takes a couple of, 30 seconds maybe to generate this learning short. Next. So what's happening now is this topic, and the more specific you are, the better, is being sent to ChatGPT that's creating a text for a script, like for the learning short. And it's not creating a video at this point. You have the option of reviewing that video and then having it create the actual video itself. So in the meantime, I'll just show you the learning shorts. There's it's youtube.com/learning shorts. Sorry, you could post that link and and we have our learning shorts here, ones that have been posted. We haven't uploaded that many yet, but there's lots available to upload more. And I'll click here on playlists because this is going to be one of the activities during the break that I'll ask you to look at is how to integrate AI Tutor Pro into Moodle, Brightspace, Canvas, or Blackboard. So that is playlists at Learning Shorts AI. Okay, now we've got our slides here. Our slides have been generated. And if we click here, or expand all, this is you can edit this any way you want. This is the script is going to be read. Okay, you can just expand this here. Okay, that's all there is there. Anyway, each script, you can expand it, go through each. This looks like it's created 6 slides for us. And again, thank you for joining. Please check so you can add to it whatever you wish. Please check your seminar on this topic. And this will be read by the presenter. So you can click next right away if you want. Or you can go back and regenerate. I'll collapse them all. You can regenerate. I won't do that. That means it's got to generate the script entirely new. But if you want to keep your edits, you just carry on and proceed to next. So generate and edit, and now right here. Okay. At this point, you can go back and change it, but what you're doing is you're committing here to creating the video, and you'll get the link emailed to you. That's why we also need the link, but your email. But also, we do want to restrict it because if we left this open, someone could abuse the system and create 1,000 videos, and we could be stuck holding quite a significant charge from Synthesia. That's the tool that we're using here. So I'm going to click Create. And so you'll receive an email when your video is ready. So that could take 10 minutes. Not sure. Could take as long as 10 minutes for that to come through. So, but once you get your video, anyway, I did climate change here before, actually. You have the option of downloading it, and I don't really need to click on that to download the video. We're all familiar with download or cancel. You can view your video right here.
Welcome.
This is
Today,
number
we're
one.
diving into the
Okay.
calculation.
And of course, you can delete it or get information about what script was used and so on. Yeah. So this was one generated in French. So I didn't grant permission here to use this one when I was doing the demo. Okay, if you stay in here, it says maybe take 10 minutes. If you stay in here, you'll see it actually that it's available. It'll appear here. So you can stay in here if you wish, but of course, or wait for your email to get the email. Okay, so that's Learning Shorts. That's a very nice feature, and you saw the Learning Shorts channel there. We'll go back to Teaching Assistant Pro, and back here, and so that's Learning Shorts, and I can pop it up when I get an email, and just to show you what it's going to be like. But and by the way, in my email, I got a message when Michael approved it that my request was approved for the Learning Shorts and for the credits and so on. So Okay, I don't have, no, I don't have it yet. I don't have the video generated yet. So as a participant, you can, in the institute, you can get access to, we committed to making sure you can get up to 6 credits if you want them and try to get that approved right away. But remember, this is the manual approval process and it takes a little bit of time to do it. Sarah, I'll stop just for a minute, just see if there's any questions. It's a change of pace here. No.
We do have a few in the queue here. Raj would like to know if there is a maximum number of credits that they can request.
Well, you get 6 at a time, and the credits will expire after a period of time if you don't use them. So 6, and then what you can do is you can request more, but if we found out that someone is sort of requesting 6 and 6 and 6, we would probably not approve it because it's a shared resource. We want to make sure everyone has lots of opportunity to do it, unless you had a very strong rationale about why you might want to use it. We wouldn't want to be approving a lot of credits for people. Possibly if costs come down, we can up that, the allotment, but not until costs come down.
Okay, thanks for that, Ron. Shirley has a question. How many credits do I need to create a typical 5-minute video?
Oh, okay, good question, because generally it depends on your topic. One credit is one video. Now that video might be say 2.5 minutes, or it might be 3 minutes. It rarely goes as long as 5. So what I'd suggest you do in that case is if you really wanted sort of a 5-minute video, or roughly 5 minutes, I'd say break it into 2 parts. Have the first part of the topic generated with one, and then the second part of the topic generated with the other. Now I know certain topics are not going to break down too nicely into parts A and B, but try to do that, or else through editing the script and so on, try to get everything you want covered in that one video, which typically will be about 3.5 minutes, I think, most at maximum.
Okay, we have 2 more questions if you have
Yep.
time for that. Okay.
Sure, we'll do it.
Long would like to know, can we change the accent in the video from North American English to UK English?
No, not at this point. The male, the very first number 2 avatar, he's got a British accent, but not with the females. What we have to do is we have to make these templates just then choose the language at that point and the accent. So unfortunately not. But the British accent is the first one. I mean, as we go on, we might release some more templates, and that feature we might be able to introduce as an option, like accent. We'll make note of that, and we might be able to introduce the language choice, because right within Synthesia, you certainly can choose hundreds of different accents, say in the English language alone. So, okay, Sarah, I think we'll go right into the next tool, the final one. We're getting close to noon hour here. But it looks like we will go a few minutes beyond. Okay, and it's Faculty Assistant. Great tool here. Sign in. Where is it going? Okay, I'm already here. This is my account, the same account you use for Faculty Assistants and videos. My assistants. Okay. What Faculty Assistants are is a way of generating a dedicated link to AI Tutor Pro that you would confidentially give to your students, and you'd probably post it in your learning management system so they could be tutored on a document you upload. The question was asked earlier on about using AI Tutor Pro My Content based on the content in your course. So no, it can't make that direct connection. Student would have to download it and then upload it to AI Tutor Pro. But this is one way through this tool that you can get that dedicated content you want your students to learn about, and make that available to them and post the link. It won't be integrated into your learning management system, but it'll be content that you've created and made available. Now, this is a case where, by the way, I wouldn't recommend necessarily uploading content that's copyrighted, mainly because it could be violating your own university or college copyright rules. So I would say use open content or content you've created. And again, this is not used with OpenAI for training. I'm going to go to blended learning, and that's one I used before. STEM, student instructions here is enter, this is something students will see on the screen, topics about blended STEM learning. Okay, let's say that. Students will see those directions on the screen. Okay, and now we've got it here, and we have to upload the file, of course, the content. And so what I have to do is add a file, and I'm going to use that same one from my desktop that I used before about blended learning. That was yeah, this one here, PDF. You can upload PowerPoints actually here. I've seen some people do it. I was a bit surprised we hadn't tested it with PowerPoints, but it seemed to work. PDF though, and Word and text, of course, and more than one file, but let's say we're going to deal with one file. So I've added this file here, this file name here, which I can delete at any point as well. So if you could run this, you can give it to the students for a couple of days, or whatever, or for a day for that matter, and then go in and delete it. Delete the whole learning system if you're concerned about content being stored. This will generate topics here based on your file, and those topics will be suggested topics or prompts like that the student will put into AI Tutor Pro if they want. So, okay, comparative analysis, STEM and non-STEM. Okay, yeah, these are good topics, and they're based on the document. Now, so we're basically all set to go. Here's the link. Now, when I click on this link, and you'll share this with your students, it launches AI Tutor Pro with all that content preloaded. Here's the direction I gave to students, and here's some suggested topics. And I'm going to put in this, let's say this topic here. And you can, of course, enter your own topic as well. Okay, and you see this goes on, and what we'll find regarding STEM performed better, but liked it less, I guess. Say okay. And okay, so it says not correct. Okay. Anyway, it gives the source that this is the document that I uploaded. If you don't see the source here, it would be getting it from ChatGPT's general knowledge base, which we're trying to prevent, but it seems to be very hard to totally restrict it. So if you get the source which of the file, the source here is the file you uploaded, you're great. That's what you want. The odd time it might say source not found, but it'll still give a question. So all AI Tutor Pro, it all works as normal when you're doing it like this. But like I said, this version can't be embedded into your course as such. But you could have that as an external link naturally from your course. So what I want to show here, yeah, okay, I'll just quit this. what I want to show here again, this is the link that you'll share with students. It's obviously a confidential cryptic link. You'd copy that and then post that into your learning management system. So here you are, your assistants. You've got various assistants. I was using this one, Racing Rules of Sailing, as well, because I knew the racing rules of sailing, being a sailor myself. And I can check the accuracy. So that's why that was in there in this demo. So there you are, the faculty assistant. It's a great tool for using your own content you want all students in your class to take a look at. And there, so I'm gonna just bring this back up. Okay, Sarah, I think what's just after 12 now. We'll take a few questions, I think, and then what I'll do is we'll take a break, and you can put the timer on. Okay, no, so there's a question right away I saw about it only works right now with Check My Knowledge, not with the Grow My Knowledge tool. Nora asked that.
Okay, I have a question from Chris. He says, I've used faculty assistant tool. It's excellent. Is there a way I can track if and when students can access it?
No, unfortunately not. However, we can't do that, but in your learning management system, you would know if say you had the link in your course, you would know if the student had clicked on it, correct? I'm quite sure you would know that. So you could get your information there. There's a question about content, and again, this retaining content. ChatGPT does reserve the right to retain content for legal purposes. Who Mary asked that? I'm not sure. Oh, no, sorry, Michael. Michael, you've answered that question, I guess. Yeah. Okay. So it does retain the content, but it's not used for training, and that's the key issue. And you can delete the content, your documents that you've uploaded at any time. Okay, Sarah, questions before we
Two
break?
more in the queue before we can jump to break. Can you upload multiple documents here and then create one link for your students?
Yes. Yeah, you can upload up to 10 different documents. So, yeah, you can do that.
Okay, and last one from Shirley. How many of these assistants can be created?
Well, good question. There's no restriction. There's no restriction. And we haven't restricted it. So it's not using any extensive resources at all at our end. So we're not concerned about restricting that. And I'll just share with you as we pause here for break. I'll share with you just very briefly I got my email that the solar system video was produced and created 15 minutes ago. So you're seeing this, and you should be able to see it.
Welcome to our exploration of the solar system. We'll uncover the secrets and wonders of the celestial bodies that orbit our sun. Join me as we embark on this exciting journey through space.
So
Let's take a closer look at the essential components of our solar system. The solar system is a vast
very animated speaker, this avatar. Amazing, the expressions and so on that they're able to develop with the avatars now. And notice also, of course, we've got the captioning, of course, which is essential to have. So there we are. Now, yes, the task, the to-do list while we have our break, and I'm just going to come up to those next. At 1 p.m. precisely, we're going to have our panel and get some different perspectives, some users of AI Tutor Pro. So I'm going to leave this screen up, and Sarah, if you wouldn't mind putting these links in the chat again to make it easier for people so they don't have to scroll back. So I'd like you to give it a try to integrate your LMS. I mean, not everyone I know is using an LMS, so in that case, you won't be able to do this, of course. To integrate it into the LMS, whatever you're using. If you have a course there, a test version of your course, you can just integrate AI Tutor Pro, and the link you use is here. And you get, if you go to the Learning Shorts and look at that playlist that I showed you and look for your learning management system. As I said, we've got Moodle, Blackboard, and Canvas, and Desire to Learn. So we've got those 4 systems there commonly used. So give that a try, and then also do the Chrome installation, the Chrome extension. See top of the AI Tutor Pro latest news updates for how to do that. So in other words, when you just click at the news, they're right there. The information is right there with the link. So Sarah won't really need to post anything there for that. And install that both AI Tutor Pro and AI Teaching Assistant Pro as apps. If you've got a mobile device, just go to your browser. We've got directions for that. If you go to the latest updates, the news and AI Tutor Pro, and scroll down and look for February 24th, or go directly to this link. Again, Sarah, you might as well post this link to make it more convenient as well. But you'll see how to do that on mobile devices like Chrome and Android and iOS, and you can do that on desktops as well. So I'll leave this up, and are there any last minute questions about this? Maybe Michael or Sarah can monitor this, and I'll monitor it as well during the break. I know everyone needs to take a break here. Been a long morning, and so we'll see. We'll help you if you post a question. We'll try to get to it, although we can't promise an immediate response. And
I just wanted to mention, Nora had a question about what they should be doing during the break, if to close or rejoin. So I just want to let everyone know that it's probably best if they just let the session run in their browser. We'll have a timer on, and we'll let you know when we get back.
yeah, okay, good. Yeah, so just leave it up, and see if you can do these, and we're able to help you get going with these if there's any issues. Okay, so Sarah, you can start the timer. So 50 minutes then at 1 o'clock, or we'll try to start precisely there right at 1 o'clock. And our panelists, I believe, if they're logged in, they will join us as well. Okay, so leave it there, and thanks for the morning here, and hope you've learned quite a bit about our new tools here. Okay, well, leave it at that then for now, Sarah. Oh, Sarah, if you wouldn't mind, a little music intro there. Welcome back, everyone. Sarah, is everything okay at your end there with?
Everything is good. Yep,
Okay,
the
and I think you
recording,
can,
and we're ready to rock for our second half.
yeah, you can show the panelists a view. Show them all on the screen.
Okay, just give me 1 second here. Okay. Oh, I'm just going to remove your spotlight. That's why we're not seeing them. Just give me 1 second.
Right. Okay, great. And I noticed Patrick is there. Patrick, if you could turn on your video and camera right now, be great.
Yeah,
Yep,
should be able to do that.
Yep, we can see Patrick. We can
Patrick and Caleb. Yeah, Caleb as well. I'm sorry. Yeah, Caleb. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm excited to have our panel here this afternoon, and just a bit of an apology to participants. During the break, one of the links there wasn't working. It was about installing AI Tutor Pro and AI Teaching Assistant Pro as an app to your desktop or to your mobile device. We're just checking into that, and we're kind of surprised that somehow got missed. But I'll go over that again, so no worries, and we'll review that again with you. Okay, so I'm excited to have the panel here, and they're going to share their experiences. Of course, this is unrehearsed. In fact, I haven't met the panelists face to face. We've had email correspondence, in some cases Zoom, but so totally unrehearsed, although I did ask them to consider a few questions to address, and but that's really free up to you. Now, one of our panelists, Caleb Bailey, he was there. I don't see him in. Caleb, if you're having difficulties, uh, please, if you can at least get on and text us through the chat, and we can follow up if there's some issue. You may have the incorrect link to come in as a panelist. Oh, look, there he is now, I think, Caleb. um, okay, getting there. So I'll start now. Caleb, I hope you can get your audio and video sorted out. But first, just on my left, I'll start just, if you wouldn't, panelists, if you wouldn't mind just saying a word or two about yourself. And so first of all, Yolanda Morkel from Stadio in South Africa. We appreciate you coming here now. It's later in the evening for you, and we appreciate you staying up to join our panel here and share your experiences. Yolanda, just say a few words about your background first.
Thank you very much, Ron, and to your colleagues and everybody in attendance. It's really a pleasure to be here. I've enjoyed the session so far. I'm the head of instructional design at Stadio Higher Education. We're a large higher education institution in South Africa with students mainly based in South Africa and Namibia. And my two main portfolios are learning design and materials development. I oversee the design and development of learning management system. We, by the way, use Canvas as well. I was very happy to see your integration with Canvas. And also I'm involved with just looking after the overall learning experience of our students across our blended contact and distance learning modes.
Excellent. And Patrick Hymas. Patrick's from St. Lawrence College in Ontario. And Patrick, to say a few words about yourself as well before we get going.
Sure, thanks, Ron. Yeah, so my name is Patrick Hymas. I work at St. Lawrence College. We're a tri-campus organization. I work out of the Cornwall campus as part of a team called the SCTL. And my role is educational development. My specialty is AI and immersive tech. So I've been running workshops on a variety of AI tools and related to teaching and learning, including AI Tutor Pro and Teaching Assistant Pro. I'm just really pleased to be able to join the session today. So thanks for the invite.
Yeah, and we're delighted to have you. Caleb, I see was having some technical problems, and rebooting is usually the way to solve 99% of problems. So we'll get to Caleb in just a moment then, and have him introduce himself. But first, in terms of the panelists, Caleb, hi, welcome. We've got you connected now.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
All right. Sorry
Yeah.
it took a little bit to figure that out.
Sure. Yeah. We've got a side view there of you. Okay, now we are. Caleb, we haven't really started, just warming up here. If you wouldn't mind introducing yourself. Caleb is Bailey from Brigham Young University in Idaho.
Yeah, absolutely. So my name is Caleb Bailey. Good day, everybody. I'm a professor here at Brigham Young University, Idaho. My background is in molecular medicine with an emphasis on cancer metastasis. But for the last 10 years, I've dedicated myself full time to teaching undergraduates. And I come to know Ron rather serendipitously, as AI Tutor Pro was one of the very first AI models that I really started exploring a couple of years ago. back when AI was still fairly new, and it was the first one that I really invested time in getting to really understand the benefits of it for higher education. So.
Great. Yeah. Thanks, Caleb. Yeah. And you were one of the earlier users, and I know you shared it with your faculty as well. And we're delighted to have you. So, what we're going to do is just talk about, first of all, your initial reactions, like your first impression when you came across the tools, about both. Either most of you, I think, have focused on AI Tutor Pro, but if you've used Teaching Assistant as well, please give us any comments. Sort of what motivated you to try the tools, and did you have any concerns about them in the early stages? So maybe Yolanda, would you like to start sort of your first impressions in using AI Tutor Pro?
Thanks, Ron. Yes, for us, I would say what prompted our interest initially was the fact that unlike, at the time when you introduced it to us via our Chief Academic Officer, Professor Divya Singh, the go-to use of an LLM was to find answers. And we were more interested in the Socratic nature of it. I mean, that I must say, even after having used it now for a while, only in small pockets, experimenting with it and doing some research on it, that feature of, that aspect of it has not disappointed us. So for us, that was really interesting. I would say what cautioned us, or what we were kind of thinking about, what would perhaps be things to watch out for, was, of course, being in the global south, we're very much aware of the global north, biases of the large language models. How would it suit our students? How would it perform? I must say that what attracted us to it was the fact that it's was, as you described earlier, an overlay over on top of ChatGPT as a more of a safe educational space, because of course we don't want to exclude any students in terms of the LLMs that we recommend they use or prescribe in our teaching. So we're very cautious not to subscribe to a model that would then exclude any students, or over time would prove to be kind of promoting one tool over the other.
Right. Yolanda, just before we move to Patrick, could you give us an idea of the size of Stadio, since it's not a well-known organization, probably outside of Africa or even out of South Africa?
Yes, thanks, Ron. I should mention that earlier. We're a very new private higher education institution. In South Africa, there are very few private higher education institutions, but growing. That space is definitely growing because our public higher education landscape, the government-funded institutions cannot keep up with the demand. Of course, our programs are accredited through the same regulatory bodies, etc. But to get to the number that you were asking for, we're currently around 50,000 students, and about 80% of our students study through distance learning. Are more mature students who are, the non-traditional students. But we have campuses throughout South Africa, and we also have a learning center in Namibia, our next door neighbor, just to the north. So yes, but it's a big. We're sizable, comparable in South Africa to quite a large one. Perhaps not to your standards, but at least in South Africa.
Well, I would say in North America standards, that's pretty large. The largest university in Canada is University of Toronto, and I think around 55 to 60,000. York University, where I'm from originally, is sort of 50,000-ish, give or take. So, you're a good sized institution, lots of faculty. So we really appreciate you sharing AI Tutor Pro and so on with your colleagues and ultimately with your students. I know we've got a lot of South African participants in the Institute today. So Patrick, over to you, sort of first impressions when you started using it, recommending it to your colleagues and so on.
Oh, thanks, Ron. So I was describe myself as an eager explorer of these tools. So, when ChatGPT first came out, that's where I naturally went. But I like to see what other tools are available. test them out, and then recommend them for faculty to use. And what I really loved about AI Tutor Pro is I describe it as being built by educators for educators. When you're going to something like ChatGPT, and that's kind of the default for a lot of users because that's what they've heard about, that's what they're used to, you often get more than you expected. And what I mean by that is I've done one-on-ones with faculty where we're trying to create some resource, we're trying to create some case studies or something. But it'll not only will it produce what we want, but it'll also give us the answers to what we would expect the learners to do. It's far more than what we want. And though this is where AI Tutor Pro is really kind of putting more of a restriction on a tool that's potentially too powerful to just say, hey, students, you can use ChatGPT for your learning. It's they get lost in the details. It gives them the answers to what we're trying to assess in the classroom. And so it's a little too unbridled. And that's where I really like AI Tutor Pro because it's a learner-facing tool for one, and you can't just use it to do your homework. It's more of for your personal growth, not only for a student necessarily, but anyone who's trying to learn more about a topic in a more structured way. I would recommend they try out the AI Tutor Pro.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, thanks, Patrick. Yeah. And Caleb, I was curious, when you first were in touch, how you shared it with your colleagues in a departmental meeting. Was that your first exposure to the AI Tutor Pro?
It was, as I'm sure you've all gone through this over the last several years, the initial exposure of, Chat GPT and what it means and the fear that came with that and how it was going to affect education across the board. There was a lot of trepidation going into it. And one of the things that our university did early on was sponsor just a faculty meeting where everybody could just come and share some of the really fascinating things that they have been delving into, the more curious ones at least, with different AI modalities. And AI Tutor Pro was one that I chose to present on, and it was fun because I had only used it with my background in biology. But as people came from religion department or somebody that was studying fashion in the 1920s, right? They all came, and I tried to show them, hey, let's test this thing out. Let's see if we can break this. And it was amazing the questions that they threw at it. And AI Tutor Pro stood the challenges across the board in so many different topics. It was really impressive and a lot of fun to play around with early on.
Yeah, that's great to hear. And well, we'll get into use and maybe we could start with you in terms of sort of impact on your practice and how your students are using it now. I think that's a really creative approach you've taken with having students check it out. By the way, Caleb has written an open textbook on anatomy and physiology, I believe, and you've
Yep.
used that I noticed in AI Tutor Pro as well. So how are you actually using it in class right now?
I guess a couple of things. We recognize that in talking with industry and even elsewhere, we recognize the need that we have in higher education to teach students how to use AI effectively, properly, and efficiently. Right? We don't want to subvert their learning. We want them to enhance their learning with this. And so teaching students how to use it responsibly is I think really, really important. One of the things that AI Tutor Pro allows us to do pretty easily, as you go through the check modality, one of the things that we fell in love with early on was how AI Tutor Pro will grade the responses, right? It's open-ended. The questions are, so it requires students to think about it, right? They're not just looking up an answer for multiple choice. They have a chance to express their thoughts. And then after a series of questions, when they click done, this is something that the AI will grade their responses and say, hey, you need to work more on this. This is what you understand. This is what you didn't quite get. And then we were actually having them do this as assignments that then they would download and submit as an assignment to Canvas in order to unlock their exams. In other words, they could not take their unit exams without having done this prior. And, there's always going to be students who just see it as another homework assignment, just a task to get through. But even in doing that, there were a lot of students who saw the benefits of using it as a tutor, where they could go, they could ask questions, they could even go down rabbit holes of interest that they felt, hey, this is kind of cool. What about this? What about this? And that started to enhance their curiosity, enhance their creativity. And in that, I think for the student, especially the student who was fearful of this technology, they saw the benefits of it. And so we were able to integrate it directly into our coursework.
Yeah, that's great. In fact, what you're doing was the point I made at the very beginning of the sort of the check tool, that they've gone to the lecture, studied the material, and one of the best ways of retaining that material is through self-assessment. And AI Tutor Pro, of course, does that as self-assessment, and then they get to their final test, whatever summative assessment of did they learn the material in that section, that topic, and so on. So that's great. Yeah. So Yolanda, I know I don't believe you're teaching directly, are you? Or maybe you've had some feedback from colleagues, I know, on how they're using the tool now. Any examples you can give of colleagues' use, or your own use for that matter?
Yes, I can perhaps just describe one particular application. I know there are some of my colleagues in the session, and we have actually promoted in our faculty development programs, AI Tutor Pro in those instances. So we haven't actually collated all the possible applications yet. I'm not aware of all of them, but an interesting one that I was involved in, and in fact that we did some research on, colleagues and myself, was situated, interestingly enough, in a context with education students, particularly exchange students from Norway. Because one of the features that I didn't mention earlier that interested us was the multi-linguistic approach. And we thought that it would be interesting in the module that they took. These students came from Norway and they integrated with our students, but they also did a specific additional module, intercultural studies. And for that module, they were required to consult with a critical friend, which we eventually renamed as a human critical friend to distinguish between the AI Tutor Pro, which we wanted them to engage with as an AI critical friend. Interesting findings in that pilot was how students then reflected on the different behaviors, so to speak, of the AI critical friend as opposed to the human critical friend, and how these behaviors kind of dovetailed. Now, I can carry on a long time to explain the different interesting things, but what surprised me was how human the AI critical friend performed, in the way that it was really patient. It did not give them answers, which frustrated students initially. But as opposed to compared with the human critical friend who wanted to just give them the answers and kind of get on with the next point, they found that there was a really nice balance between, there were some certain things that the human critical friend could not offer them that AI Tutor Pro as an AI critical friend could. So
I think that's a good point. And sometimes students are reluctant and in a sense show their, I don't want to say ignorance in a bad way, but their misunderstanding and so on. They're reluctant to ever ask that, but they can use, of course, the tutor to check their understanding if they got that right.
Excellent. And if I may, Ron, just another example, which we are planning for later on in this semester, is with our architecture students. So engaging with a project brief, they have to ask a whole lot of questions. So they would typically go to the studio and engage with a human tutor, and there would be a degree of repetition of, have you thought of this? Have you thought of that? Now, with the massification of education, which doesn't sound that good, but in essence, that's what we want. We want to give as many as possible students access to higher education. we at Stadio looking at ways that we can expand our faculty so that if we can use AI, we're asking ourselves if we could use AI in a way that could allow faculty to be more engaged with students on a personal level, then that would be really great. So what we're going to pilot is to ask students to engage with AI Tutor Pro with those initial questions, and then they take that transcript of that conversation to their very first session in the studio with the human tutor, so that they can build on it already. So we're not wasting human hours for the kind of a repetitive baseline questions. So that is our next project that we're hoping to explore.
Yeah, that's a real interesting use. We've struggled a lot to get math formulas and so on, chemical formulas displaying correctly, but I think we've got it. I think we're there. I hope we are. And if not, please, everyone participants here, please let us know. But I think we've got that pretty well nailed down now. That's one of the challenges with, I know, AI tutors getting the symbols to show. But I think your engineering students are going to be comfortable now with using it. That's terrific. Now, I want to say, before I turn to Patrick, if any participants would like to ask a question of the panel, raise your hand, please. And then Sarah will enable your voice and you can ask questions directly, because we want to make this as interactive as possible for a webinar with a large number of participants. But please feel free, raise your hand and ask any question of our panel, and we'd be pleased to answer. So, but before the raise their hand function, it's right on the bottom. You should see it right across the bottom of your Zoom window. It should be there. Sarah, maybe do you want to say anything before we proceed then about that?
Yeah, I had disabled it earlier, but it is on now. So
Oh, okay, it's on now. Yeah, so you'll
Yeah.
see the raise your hand, and
yeah,
please.
and if you don't feel comfortable sharing your audio, feel free to put your question in the chat and we'll read it out loud.
Exactly, but the video doesn't come through actually in a webinar mode like this, but your audio does. So feel free to ask. We want to make it as natural and interaction as possible. So Patrick, what about your experiences, more specifically classroom oriented now in terms of use of any innovative ways that you know of, the faculty are using it, that you've used it yourself, and so on?
So currently I'm not in the classroom. We're faculty support, so my learners are other teachers. So we've been doing a lot of workshops. We're still trying to build that level of awareness of what AI really is, and it's not just ChatGPT, and it won't just give your students answers to their questions. So that's still, I think, very much an uphill battle that we're fighting. But somewhere we are getting more interest are from our learning specialists. So we have different student-facing learning supports here at St. Lawrence College. And so students are coming in asking for help with preparing for tests, preparing with their assignments. What can I do to learn more about some topic in my class so that I can get a good grade? And so we're planning, I have 2 workshops planned with learning specialists here in Cornwall and in our Brockville campus to walk them through how to recommend this tool to their learners who just come in their door looking for learning support. So I would say there's the educator group, there's the learner group, and then there's the learner support group that a lot of schools might find interesting to learn more about AI Tutor Pro. So that's been my kind of more recent focus. I know there have been some faculty using it in their classes, but I don't think it's been really integrated. It's more of like something that is linked into Blackboard, that's mentioned students can go to and use, but I don't know how many students are really using it or what the feedback has been. Again, I'm more of a faculty-facing position.
Sure, yeah, that'd be interesting. Sarah, I think someone raised their hand. I'm not sure if they took it down or just were testing the tool, but
They did. They rose their hand, but and then they put the question in the chat.
oh, okay. It looks like there's Lunga,
yeah,
maybe.
Yeah,
I don't see it.
Lunga,
Please.
I will add. There you go. You have access to your mic now.
Lunga, yeah, please go ahead, unmute. Yeah, perfect.
Hi, good evening, panelists, and good evening to everyone listening in. My question is just mostly concerned about trying to extend the learning platform or the learning space outside of the traditional confines of the classroom. And what I'm interested in finding out is how can we extend those the learning experience or the learning outside of the classroom context or outside of the traditional spaces of learning. How can we use, for example, AI Tutor Pro to extend that learning experience?
Okay, good question, Olga. Maybe the panelists would like to jump in. One way is, since it's very mobile friendly, just either just using a browser or using the installation procedure. So it's just another icon app on your desktop, on your mobile device. That's so they can learn on the fly about any topic. And I think the snapshots, the visual input will help a lot too. Like I said, you could be going along somewhere and see something that interests you, take a snapshot of it and launch AI Tutor Pro with it. Does anyone else have any comments, any of the other panelists, on sort of how it could be used kind of informally and for extended learning beyond? In some ways, Yolanda, I guess Stadio is sort of getting at those students. That's the same mandate as Contact North in terms of trying to access students, give education, access to higher education for students who don't normally have it. So any thoughts there, or Caleb, either Yolanda first then?
Patrick has his hand up as well.
Okay, good.
Patrick can go first, then I'll take my turn.
Sure, yeah.
Sorry, I wasn't sure what the protocol was.
No, for the panel, I haven't been asking you to put your hand up, but
Okay.
so feel free to jump in anytime, panelists.
Yeah, I love the idea of like if you're teaching online and you're looking to provide more of an interactive experience, especially if it's an asynchronous course, you can embed the AI Tutor Pro there, and then students could use it to review after they've completed some online module. If you're teaching in person and you're doing more of a flipped classroom, you could have students, let's say you have a quiz next week on these certain chapters, and you could provide it as a formative experience in Blackboard or your LMS, where students could input the topics or import the slides from the previous week if they're available. And students could just kind of go through, and I love how they generates that summary and gives them some points afterwards. And this could be kind of like a proof of completion. Doesn't have to be graded necessarily, but it would be evidence that they had gone through the experience. Because I think it does take time for learners to understand how this can benefit them. You could make it like a low stakes thing where they do get a few points just to get that initial engagement. And then once they see the value, then it doesn't have to be worth anything. It's just something that's part of their regular kind of learning process. But I think there's lots of different ways it could be used.
Caleb, any comments before we move on to the next question about more extended learning?
Yeah, one of the things that at least I focus so much in my class on is the idea of inquiry-based learning, where I expect my students to come to class prepared to have a discussion. I want my time in the classroom not to be necessarily focused on teaching content, but as an assessment to see how well they have learned content. And of course, there's teaching that goes along the way with that. But one of the biggest benefits that I have had is providing my students simply with the learning objectives for the day. This is what we're going to cover. These are the learning objectives. And one of the things that I really enjoy about AI Tutor Pro is when you go to check your knowledge, you can click my content and you can just copy and paste these learning objectives. Maybe, it's 200, 300 words. And then the questions will just focus on that content. So in that sense, they're able to work through whatever videos or workbooks they've got and then self-assess to see how prepared they are to come to class. And then once they get to class, this is going to generate more questions and we can have a really good engagement with understanding their level of knowledge.
Right, great. Cal, just keep in mind, don't answer it right now, but in the chat, someone asked about how it can support flipped classroom. I guess your idea of having students come to the class prepared is what it is. But I think before we get to that, Shirley has her hand raised. Sarah, you could enable her audio. Yeah, Shirley.
Hi, thank you so much for taking my question. And hi, Yolanda from South Africa. Yay. So several of you have mentioned using these reports from an interaction with the tutor to upload them to an assignment Dropbox in your LMS. How comfortable would you be attaching a grade? I know you mentioned just a symbolic grade for having something done, but I mean something more than just that symbolic grade, an actual ask the tutor to ask you 10 questions and I will give you 10 points if you get all those questions right. How comfortable would you be with that?
Yeah, I'll take a shot at that. I have
Okay.
found that anytime I put points on anything, the students find a way to cheat it. And especially with these questions being open-ended, I want the students to explore those questions the way it's set up with the Socratic-based learning. And my fear is the minute I attach points to it, other than just completing it, then I've lost most students' interest in actually trying to learn from it. Now the focus is on points instead of learning. That's my biggest fear. Could you do it? Could you do it successfully? Probably. But I still think there's value in just, hey, do this, do your 10 questions, submit it to me. I'm going to look at it. I'm going to take a look and see how you did, see where you went. But I just want you to complete it.
Yeah, interesting point. Yeah, once you attach grades, yeah, students are going to find a way around. They're going to look up the answer. Let's face it, look up the answer before they enter it, yeah. Or else do a couple of test runs on it or something
Yep.
before submitting. So yeah, that's always an issue. And any the question is directed to you. Any particular thoughts about grading? That wasn't our intent, but I mean, it's up to users to decide how they want to make use of it.
Yes, I wouldn't, not that I wouldn't trust it, but I think it is for me, I wouldn't be comfortable with it, just handing over the grading responsibility. But I do think that it could be a very interesting tool for students to get feedback and then bring that feedback into the classroom. So just to the earlier point of straddling the boundaries between what's happening inside of the classroom, what's happening inside the classroom with technology, and what's happening outside of the classroom, so they can engage with Tutor Pro almost like a knowledgeable other and get feedback and say to, ask for feedback and even a grade that they can then discuss and contest and compare. So it's almost for me like you could use AI Tutor Pro as adding a student tutor to a student group. And perhaps that might be something that students could then discuss, negotiate, and then bring into the classroom to further discuss. That to me would be more interesting than getting a numerical value. The whole aspect of grading is another topic which I'm thinking more and more in this world of AI, that do we really need numerical values attached to student competency? But like I said, that's another story. I think the Socratic conversational discursive nature of students benchmarking their competence against a benchmark, so to say, is more interesting.
Great, thanks, Yolanda. Sarah, there's been some interesting comments in chat. I haven't really had a chance to digest them at all, but are there any hands raised at this point? I don't think so, are there?
I don't see any at this time.
Okay. Are there any, well, I could ask Caleb maybe the flipped classroom question. In the meantime, Sarah, maybe you could just summarize some of the other comments that are there. But Caleb, that question about using, does it support classroom, a flipped classroom idea? Or if you used it that way, you expect students to come to class prepared, yes, but that's the idea. They read the material, study it, and then come to class prepared to discuss. Have you had any success with that? Yeah, you're muted. Yeah.
You're right. Certain environments certainly promote effective flipped classrooms, and there are some that just don't. But I think you can use this in both ways, right? To have a flipped classroom where, especially if you've got students working in teams, helping teach each other. Oftentimes, these teams are working on assessments. formative assessments to help support their own learning within that structure. And I think in that sense, it can be a super powerful tool. And if it was me, I would even invite them, hey, let's open up AI Tutor Pro in the classroom as you're working in groups to help each other answer each other's questions as you come with questions. I think in that sense, it can be super powerful.
Yeah. In fact, just after the panel, one of the ideas I'm going to be suggesting for using it is, in fact, using AI Tutor Pro in a face-to-face classroom for students working in pairs and groups and so on. So we'll get to that. And I wrote an article about that, actually, which I'll share as well. And I know, Yolanda, there was a question about the source, the reference to something that document you mentioned. If you wouldn't mind posting that in the chat. And
Okay, so.
yeah, and Sarah, so any
Well, we do have a new question that's popped up. Carol has her hand raised. I will give her.
okay. Okay, yeah. We'll ask Carol to go ahead then.
Okay, there we go. Carol, you should be able to use your mic now.
Can you hear me now?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Great. Yeah. I actually rose my hand just before Caleb spoke, but I wanted to add to this because I do what I call some touchy-feely courses at the college. And, I always like to come to class and participate in an activity to get attendance kind of participation grades, because I find a lot of students have a lot of stuff going on in their lives and they can't all physically come to the space at the same time. But over the term, there are about 8 or 10 opportunities for them to participate. I think this tool would be great if we were getting them to do some engagement on a topic that's current. Like we use the Gallup tool for Strengths Quest to help them build confidence in their learning and assess their strengths, their innate talents, to kind of guide them on the kinds of work they like to do, pick a major in our college, those kinds of things. So maybe if they use the tool to kind of investigate some of those things that are associated with our content as a group, and then at the end, they can actually do maybe like a group report or fill out a little survey. How did you use the tool? How did you like it? And so you can actually use that to give them a participation grade as well. So I'm a big fan of using it in the classroom, as we're teaching them. But I also find there's a lot more students that in Canada anyway, with the changes in the government rulings, we're finding that we're getting a lot fewer students enrolling in some of our programs because of some of the issues that we face here through the Canadian government. So a lot of students are finding it a lot more challenging to get tutors face to face. So I do think promoting AI Tutor Pro as some kind of prompt that can actually help them investigate their own learning needs outside of the classroom is good as well. So we're going through these things, so that's kind of my area of interest with it as well.
Yeah, very, very interesting. Good. Thanks, Carol. Sarah, any other comments before we just move on here? Comments, topics, people
yes,
raised?
we have lots of comments,
Yeah.
questions. Okay. I'm just going to backtrack to one from
Patricia.
Have any of the panelists done a privacy impact assessment for this product? What has your institution created for policies in AI?
Okay. Any of you have done that? About privacy and so on. I think, Patrick, you might have been looking at that. I'm not certain, but
we do get questions about it.
Yeah.
We haven't done a privacy assessment per se. I can say one of the things that I do like about AI Tutor Pro, and I try to, like, I'm into all kinds of different tools all the time. Most of them require a sign in, right? You got to sign in with a Google account or with your email. There is data collected. And some of them, you sign in and then you realize you only get a few free credits and then it's a monthly bill.
Yeah.
So there's all these extras that are attached to so many tools that are out there. And one of the things that I really like about AI Tutor Pro and the Teaching Assistant Pro as well, we're not really talking about, but there's so much value there as well, is you don't have to create an account. You don't have to pay anything. It's just always there when you want it, where you want it. You know what you're going to get in terms of the output based on your input. And and I know some might see the lack of persistence in the experience as a negative, because then how do you show that you did actually go in and use this tool? But that's a benefit. That means that information is not being tracked. That's why, and there are other tools that do the same thing, like Smarty from University of Calgary, but yeah, it doesn't persist in there because they're not collecting all this data on you. So while we haven't done a specific privacy assessment on this tool, I am confident from the way that it works that it's collecting the minimal amount of information it can in order to function. It's
Yeah,
hard.
exactly. Just to elaborate a bit more, and I believe I mentioned it, we do have transcripts of conversations. We do have those. We have no idea who asked those questions or where they're, we know when they were asked, but we have no idea where, what user from what part of the world asked those. So we do not have that. And we say on our site as well that please do not enter any personal information. We haven't seen any. And we also do run a check on bias of content, and indirectly, Yolanda, you raised that bias, stereotyping, and so on. We have an internal tool that Michael's developed, and we'll analyze those transcripts to see if that's happening and flag anything for us that needs further investigation. And in fact, he hasn't really found anything. Anything that was flagged was a sort of a false positive. So we're very pleased, but we are keeping, as I said, the transcript, but no user information whatsoever. We don't know who's asking questions. So, and some people, yeah, they may want that persistence. They may want the login with a record, but that's not our intent here. We want really to make this widely available, freely open to all users. So the submission of transcripts of your as an assignment is certainly one way to, if you want, prove the students have used the tool. That's as Caleb mentioned as well. Anything else that Sarah, that you?
Well, I've jumped over to the Q&A, and Karen has a question. She's wondering if anyone can comment on student use. So what do students?
That's actually our next topic. Yeah,
okay.
Exactly. Student reactions and so on. Yes.
Okay, so maybe I'll hold on to that one. And then the second part to her question was, has anyone collected data on student user characteristics, age, gender, level of study, program, etc.? Or has anyone collected data on student use over time? Does the novelty wear off? Is there a role in uptake? Does it decline when novelty wears off? Does some familiarity support increased use?
Great questions, and I'll ask Caleb to answer from more of the student perspective directly. But from our perspective, no, we have no idea, like gender-wise or anything about demographics, since we don't ask those questions. There's no way we can get that information back. Having said that, I'm working on a project now to analyze the chat conversations to look for trends and so on, and we've noticed some very early on analysis. The check tool, for instance, is the most widely used tool next to grow. Topics seem to be more in the sciences, and I think that might be due to some of Caleb's students, the bias, the heavy use that your students are making of it. So we're seeing a bit of bias in topics in that way, but we're seeing really a whole spectrum of topics. We're seeing that the OpenStax component isn't used as often as we thought it would be, but that's just an observation. And so we're looking at these different trends, but we're talking about analyzing huge spreadsheets, and I thought I could do some of that with AI Tutor Pro, but even sorry, not with AI Tutor, with ChatGPT itself, and I have a pro account. That's what I want to say, a pro account, and even that bogs down when you're dealing with spreadsheets of a couple 100,000 lines each. So I'm looking at a more efficient way or sampling to analyze those conversations. So reactions from students, this is our sort of our final main, well, not actually, we want one other topic I'd like to just reflect on, but student engagement, student reactions. Caleb, that you may have any feedback you've had?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, at least from my perspective, we are still in such a new introductory phase. There are a lot of students who, even at the, at the freshman undergraduate college level, they don't understand exactly what AI Tutor Pro is. And I see these students, and some of it, I had an interesting conversation. I'll share this just for a minute, with a son that I have in high school. He's in 10th grade. He's taken an English class, and we were writing an essay, and he had asked me to review it for him and look at some things. And there was a sentence that I wanted to adjust. It didn't quite make sense, and I was helping him wordsmith this sentence. And he turns to me and he's like, "I can't write that." I'm like, "Well, why can't you? Why can't you write that?" And he's like, "It sounds way too smart." I'm like, "Well, what does that matter?" He says, "It will get flagged, and I will be accused of cheating with AI, and they will throw it away, and it will ruin my grade." And he says that's happened to multiple friends. Like, oh, we can't have this as a fear, right? As a tool that hinders and doesn't promote growth. And so I do have students at the freshman level come in, and they're nervous about using AI. Maybe because somebody has told them, it is biased, or maybe because somebody has prohibited it in another class and they don't understand it. I think we have to have very clear rules, and it's going to vary from class to class, for how we should use AI in general, and then provide learning and training on the different AIs that we think will be useful for the courses that we teach. Most of the benefits that I have seen have happened one-on-one, when I'm working with a student who is struggling to keep up, who is struggling to understand the content. And I say, "Hey, are you using the tools that we've given you?" And even though I've mentioned AI Tutor Pro 10 times in class, they're like, "I didn't know what this was." And so you sit down with them and you work through them, and you're like, "Okay, now ask it a question." And you show them how it works, and you see their eyes light up, and they're like, "Wow, that is amazing." They're like, "Yeah, it
Wow.
is. And I
Yeah,
want
that's
you to
great.
use this." So part of it is just understanding, and I think we'll transition out of this over the next several years as AI becomes just much more mainstream in society. But we're still in that painful adolescent growth phase.
Mhm.
And we're going to have students who are really good, and we're going to have students who are scared, and students who are ignorant, and trying to understand all of those in the classroom becomes a bit of a challenge.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I've been working with a group, the American Associations and Colleges and Universities in the US, and they were running a year-long, semester-long, 2-semester-long, fully academic year institute. And one of the big concerns so many of the participants had was developing policies within their institutions, and what should faculty put in their syllabus, and what are the policies. One thing is, you absolutely have to make it clear to students what your expectations as an instructor are, which may vary from instructor to instructor. So it ends up being very confusing. One instructor might say, "Yeah, use it as much as you want, and that's fine with me." Others will say, "Absolutely no way can you use it." So that's a serious issue that students are facing. But yeah, I know the language being too sophisticated and so on. I guess in the past, before AI and so on, we were wondering about that. Even with Wikipedia, when it first came out, we were worried about students maybe copying from it and so on. But anyway, getting a little off topic, but great to hear those comments. Yolanda or Patrick, do you have any comments from student perspective? If you've had any feedback that way, I'm not sure if you would have or not.
I could jump in here, yes, and I answered that question partially in the chat, just based on the first experiment that we did with the Norwegian students. Of course, they were first very much shell-shocked a little bit. I don't think that they've ever been asked to use AI before. I must just say, at Stadio, we just took the plunge right at the get-go, and we said we have to be transparent about it. So we implemented a version of that traffic light model of Leon Furzy. I don't know how you pronounce his surname, but red for no AI, amber for optional, and green for compulsory, obligatory. And we've been working with that model now, and we need to make some changes and adapt it somehow. But yeah, so we wanted students to be we wanted our staff, faculty also to be upfront, kind of clear about it. But of course, everybody is, like I explained, quite scared to use it, fearful of being seen to be dishonest, etc. Just in terms of the use of the AI Tutor Pro, based on the study that we've conducted, I shared the PDF in the chat. I'll share a Google Drive link if that document doesn't want to open. That's just the slides of a PowerPoint presentation of a paper that is forthcoming. Based on that case, the students were actually a little bit, they admitted to us, a little bit frustrated initially, which was a good thing. They were not used to engaging with, say, call it a more knowledgeable other and not getting the answer straight away. But what we found and what they admitted to was over time, the questioning behavior that the AI modeled was something that they then adopted. And as future teachers, they found that to be particularly useful in their practice, so that, they were thinking about their practice as future teachers and how they would be required to formulate really good questions and to work with answers that are really questions. So I would say initially frustrated, and then really reflecting on how they were forced to reflect and explore. They were very grateful of the experience and generally very positive.
Well, that's terrific to hear that. Yeah, good. I think maybe we could turn, given the time here, it's been fascinating, and I want to make sure all the participants have a chance to have their questions addressed. So before we get to just final reflections and any advice you might have to your colleagues, before we get to that, Sarah, are there any topics that we've missed here that you think, just going through?
It's a question in the chat from Sandra about asking if anyone has used the tool for the course design process. So sort of like instructional design or course design.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I don't know if any of you have used, the panelists have used AI Teaching Assistant Pro. No, I don't think so. Or have you, Patrick? Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'll try anything I get my hands on, to be honest. And this one's easy to get your hands on. So I've run workshops on the Teaching Assistant Pro. I'm curious. I did put a question in the chat earlier today when we were talking about that particular tool. It seems really focused on kind of course building from start to finish. I did send it to one of our course builders on a little side Teams chat during the session. I would love if it was more compartmentalized so that you could, if I already have my course outline, my learning outcomes, and I just want to remap assessments to those learning outcomes, if I could pull out that mapping piece specifically. Otherwise, I think I'm forced to follow the sequence all the way down to the slide builder. But I think there's a lot of value. I mean, if I was building a new course, you start with the what's the name of the course, and it builds out the description. And from the description, it suggests learning outcomes, and from there, it suggests your deployment schedule. And I think it's a great tool. The learning shorts in there, I mean, there's so much value. And what I love is you can do little bits and pieces with different tools, but this is all in one spot for a specific purpose. So yeah, I think it's a great tool.
Yeah. I guess our first attempt in a way of extracting something was the slide generator. We probably could extract different components. Right now, as I mentioned, that they are linked to each other. So once you get your course description, your outline, your learning objectives are based on that, and then the outline is based on that, and teaching notes is sort of, they build on each other and form, in effect, part of the prompt that's being fed to ChatGPT. But we could pull out a component and allow the user to put in their own information, their own course outcomes, let's say, and then generate whatever from it. But as also I mentioned, one way to use it is just to plug in your existing course and a topic and see what it comes up with in terms of teaching ideas and maybe content that you thought, oh, maybe that's not a bad idea to include that topic in my course. Just get some inspiration maybe from it. or saying, hey, I'm on the right track here. This some validation perhaps. So I think given again the time, Sarah, I don't want the participants here to feel that their questions aren't being addressed. Are there any you think that are standing out here now, or anyone want to put up their hand for a final question or comment? And I'll just go around once more of the panelists just for their final word.
Yeah, before we move on to that, there was to sort of dovetail of what Patrick was saying there about his workshops. There was a question in the Q&A about if there's any of his workshops or content available, i.e. like recordings or PowerPoints that he'd be able to share with regards to what he's been using. I'll read it out. It says, I'm a student-facing learning support specialist, and I'm interested in your workshop to learning support specialists about how to maximize the use of these tools when supporting students. I'm new to these tools and think they are great. I'm wondering if you have any resources related to the workshop, recordings, PowerPoints, or the ability to join a workshop just that I can learn from your experience and using the tools and that can share with the rest of my team.
Patrick,
directed to me?
Available? Yeah, any of those available at your website? Any of the
not really. Everything's internal.
Yeah.
And the challenge with sharing slides is that things get dated. So like, going through the session today, I'm gonna have to update my my slides because there's new features that are added, right? It's kind of a double-edged sword if you get new things to play with, but then part of what you've already made is redundant. No, most of our stuff is internal, unfortunately. But really, I think the best way to learn, what I found is that I do my best to show how to use tools in my context, but I don't know what your context is. The only person who knows what your context is you. And so there's no better replacement than blocking some time in your calendar, sitting down with a purpose or maybe no purpose. Maybe the purpose is just to explore what this tool is and does it suit my need? There's no better replacement for that. So I would encourage you to pick a tool, make a list of needs, and just work through those tools to find which ones best match your needs.
Right, and of course, this session, the whole 4 hours actually, will be available to be recorded and available. Pretty long, but you'll be able to sort of fast forward and so on. But also with panelists' permission, I'll get in touch with you after. I wouldn't mind just pulling out the panel discussion here, this hour or so we've been talking, pull that out as a separate document, video, which I could post into our learning shorts. Not quite a learning short, but post it there since that's where we're collecting a lot of our documents related to AI Tutor Pro and Teaching Assistant. So with that, I'll just go around once more, panelists, to any final reflections, anything you want to share, last thoughts, Caleb, and then we'll go to Yolanda and Patrick before we wrap things up today.
Yeah, I mean, recently it's been suggested that AI, the whole landscape is turning over every 90 days, right? We're seeing change. We're seeing adaptation. And from an education point of view, I think it is becoming clearer and clearer that rather than being topic centric, we need to be focused on creating lifelong learners. It's been suggested that every 4 years, people will need to come back to get new training just to stay current with whatever job they have, whether it's in tech or medicine or whatever. And so helping people become lifelong learners becomes critical. And that's where AI has the power. But we need to make sure, again, that students don't subvert their learning. They use these tools to enhance their learning. We have to help them build that bedrock foundation so that they can go out and use these tools in fascinating and creative ways.
Absolutely. Yeah. Excellent point, Caleb. And Yolanda, any final thoughts?
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to, I see Stella in the chat also mentioned training, teaching, and allowing students the opportunity to really develop their skills in using AI in the workplace responsibly and ethically and all of that. For me, what stood out is that in our higher education landscape, we don't have the luxury of one-on-one attention to a student. In most many modules, you don't even know the names of your students. I see AI Tutor Pro at least, and I know this is just a very small facet of the whole toolkit. And I'm very excited to get into all the new features that you've explained today, Ron. But it is really an opportunity for us to use AI in a way that can strengthen the hands of faculty, so that we can try to give students that personalized experience of there's somebody out there. They can have a conversation, they can bring that conversation into the classroom. We can, so to say, expand the walls of the classroom. So I think that is really, really exciting going forward.
Great. Okay. Thanks, Yolanda. And Patrick, finally.
Thanks, Ron. Yeah, I find this space so exciting. And all the tools that are out there, and there's new tools coming out all the time, and you know, it can be a lot to try and keep up with. But you know, just what I try to do when I run workshops is because for some people, you know, they see something, maybe they took a peek at ChatGPT or some tool and they didn't use it right, or they weren't sure what to do with it, and they kind of just said, okay, I don't have to worry about that. That's not going to really affect me. So I usually start out with saying, you know, if you don't see something that is necessarily applicable to your work, just keep an open mind in terms of what's applicable to your life, because this is such a powerful technology. It's going to impact all aspects. And so if you come in thinking, okay, I need this specific thing for this specific need, you might be missing this other potential that's out there they not be aware of unless you're listening or you're looking for it. So I just encourage everyone to keep listening and keep learning.
Right, absolutely. Thanks, Patrick. Yeah, the landscape is changing so quickly. So always please read our latest news, because we're introducing features that may not be obvious to you, and it's one way to stay abreast of it. We also have a newsletter. You can click on that link that pops up, and you can sign up for that. We don't send out too many newsletters every month or two. We might send out something, so don't worry. You're not going to be flooded with all sorts of mail from us. The issue is getting the time to do all this. So with that, I really, truly, sincerely want to thank Caleb, Yolanda, and Patrick for spending the time with us here. And we have another hour or so, maybe not quite that much time, that we'll be running. And I'm going to continue with some teaching ideas. And I'm going to just review our little activities over the break, the noon hour Eastern time anyway, break, and see if anyone had any difficulty with that. So with that, again, thanks very much, panel. And I'm going to now revert to screen sharing, and we'll continue on with just the next hour or so. So we'll be in touch, and panelists, please feel free to stay around in case there are any other questions that come up as well in the chat that you might want to go through and answer. So again, thanks everyone. And here I'll revert back to sharing the screen and my activities that I was asking you to take a look at. And we'll get these up here in just a moment. My browser. Okay, yeah, this is the activity during the break. And so what I want to do first is, in terms of integrating into your LMS, could I ask for maybe just correct, Sarah, is the reaction button working, or I was going to say people could just share a reaction if they are able to get that working?
Unfortunately, not in
Okay.
our.
Okay.
We
Yeah,
can, you know, put something in the chat, but that's about
yeah.
it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Maybe we can do it the other way around. In terms of integrating into your LMS, that Did anyone have any difficulty in doing this? And did it work? Maybe you could put it in the chat, and I could just pause for a moment and ask people then about that. I can see the chat here. Okay, Brightspace, good. Yeah, I've tested all of these, and they should be working. Yeah, Brightspace. I've certainly used it in Moodle. Anyone else? Did anyone? It certainly works in Canvas, Blackboard. Yeah, okay. Ultra, yeah, okay. So Patrick, yeah, you used it there. Let me see. Anyone else have any comments about that? So those of you who tried it, then it looks like it worked for you. So again, this is a way. Oh, I see Janet has raised her hand. Sarah, you can put her voice on and be happy to talk to you, Janet.
I was able to get the link into Brightspace, but then it wouldn't open. It wouldn't do anything. It just sat there and looked at me. What piece did I miss?
Oh, did you make sure that you accepted like the privacy pop-up and the other and the newsletter? Because if they are popped up, that would block you from going any further.
I said no thank you to the newsletter because I am already a subscriber and I
Yeah,
have,
yeah. Okay.
but the privacy one, yeah, I clicked on.
Okay, I see someone said try opening it in a new window. Maybe that might be the way to do it.
Okay, I'll give that a try. It's still in there. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, good. Okay, any other comments then here in the chat? I don't see any about that activity. And Michael said he'll just look into that as well, that issue. Okay, I use them only, I did these installations only in demo, the free demo versions of Canvas and Brightspace and Blackboard, but they should work. I see Nora talked about external link to a new window. Yeah, new window. So perhaps others can share some of their expertise. That's the power of having a group here working at it. Okay, next, going back to the next one here, I had next activity was okay, right click to launch for Chrome users. And what about that? Any questions, comments about that? And we'll take a look and see. I noticed, by the way, there was a comment about QTI. Yes, we will look into that. We do seem to be having some trouble with QTI working properly. That would allow you to, in your teaching assistant, to download the questions and then upload them directly and have them come right into your learning management system to so they're right there. But I do want to caution you, please don't consider these the final product. You have to review them yourself and make sure as an expert in that area that the questions are accurate, correct, and so on. So we can't guarantee 100% accuracy, but it's working very well for us. So, but you have to make sure. Okay. So right click to launch. Oops, I didn't need to go that way yet. I just go back here. Right click to launch. Did anyone have any comments about that? That's where you can just be browsing a web page, you highlight a word, right click, and then AI Tutor Pro will launch.
Ron, I'm just going to jump in for a second. There seems to be a box on your screen.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's the web chat. It's
Yeah.
the web chat. I'm sorry. I was trying to look at the chat before I just stopped screen sharing, which is probably a better way of doing it so I can see the chat as well properly. Sorry, that's what that was. Yeah. Okay. Right clicking. Okay, going over that. So there's a question to go over that. Well, what I'll do is comment. Okay, what I'll do is not quite going through the whole process because it is installed already on my my system. So I've got to bring up Tutor Pro. Okay. Yeah, I won't actually be, I didn't demonstrate that myself because, as I said, I have it installed already. So basically, you go to the Chrome store, you click on the link here, that opens the Chrome store, it goes right to the extension, and then you say add to Chrome, and accept it, and you're all set. That's the process, and you shouldn't need to reboot. And you should just or open and close Chrome. You should work right away. You right click and highlight a word. It's got to be a word on a web page. Highlight it and right click, and it should launch. And maybe you could, if anyone's still having trouble, maybe put the question in there, and maybe Michael will be able to help you with that through the chat or question and answer tool. So that's the process there. Now this one, I apologize. This link was not working for you. It wasn't giving you the right, or it wasn't, it disappeared entirely, I think. So installing it as an app, what I'll do is I just removed it from my, I guess go back here. I just removed it from my desktop here, the app. And I'm just going to go over that process, installing it as an app. And you go down to the three dots in Chrome, go down here, and cast and share, and then create open in AI Tutor Pro. Whoops, no, we may have lost that there. Okay, cast and share. Install AI Tutor Pro. There it is. I'm sorry. Click on that and then install. And that's it. It's installed. Simple as that. And then you'll see that will appear on my desktop somewhere here. Or if I search around, I'll find it. And it'll be on my desktop. And then I'll just be able to double click on and launch it. And the same thing on your own device as well. You can just double click here, for instance, it's an app and you can launch it just like YouTube Music is an app that you can download just the same way like that and use it. So that is the installation, and it's great, as I said, on a mobile device. It's just another. This looks like another app on your mobile device. We don't need this up here. So any questions about the app installation? It's just pretty straightforward. I'll just bring up the chat. Michael may be able to, okay. Some of you got it, okay. Okay, Sarah, are there any questions there, or Michael, any questions that we need to go over as a group?
See any outstanding? Michael's been really great at addressing them.
Yeah, okay, good. Okay. That's great then. So we're ready now to move ahead here. And go on to the next portion of our webinar. And I'm going to talk about a couple of ideas for using our digital assistants here. This idea of a syllabot arose in kind of an interesting way. I saw someone talk about this, and I said, well, syllabot, what would that be? And then I said, well, this is something we could do here. So basically what you do is you generate your syllabus. Now, okay, I'm going to do this very quickly, this same one here. I'm not paying attention to anything here. Well, I don't actually need a 12-week course. I want a 4-week course, which is probably kind of meaningless. But anyway, I want to be able to get a syllabus here. And I'm going to generate outcomes quickly. And then I want to get into generating the syllabus. Okay, generate the outline here. I'll leave it for topics, sure. Okay. So what you're going to do is then this idea, you generate a syllabus, and it can be your own course syllabus. I'm just generating this for some content to be able to share with you. And you can then select this. Oh, sorry, you can select it or copy it here, select it. Okay, copy the syllabus. Now we'll go over to AI Tutor Pro. Check my knowledge. And what we'll do is we'll just paste it into our chat box as a subject or my content. Oh no, we have a restriction, I think, on subject length. Let me just double check that. We may have disabled that. Oh, no, okay. So it's not. You can either then do it, paste it into my content, just reload here, paste it into my content, your whole syllabus, and go from there. So it's basically, it looks like it's going to work either way, either just pasting it as a topic. We originally had the topic's length shortened, but I think the developers have extended it there for us. So paste it there or paste it into my content. Probably my content is the better way to go because it'll take a longer document. I'm certain of that. So here you go. So what you can do is tell students, here's my syllabus. Now copy that, paste it into AI Tutor Pro, and it's a good way of reviewing your course or a section of your course before a midterm, let's say a midterm exam or test, or the whole course for that matter. Just plug it in, and AI Tutor Pro is going to generate questions related to that topic. So kind of a cool idea that I sort of ran across, and kind of fun. It creates some variety in what you're using it for, AI Tutor Pro for. Any questions there, Sarah, about that?
Yep, there's one in the chat.
Mm.
Is there a way to upload required syllabus format file to regenerate a new one?
Oh, no, unfortunately not. So the idea then would be at the initial stage here to generate a new syllabus. Or upload a syllabus here instead of a topic. No, the way we can do that with questions. As you saw, we can upload a file like of content and then generate questions from them, but not with that. What I thought of, a tool that I had planned, and we haven't gotten around to that, was one to sort of do a comparison of your syllabus to what we generate and look for ideas, sort of side-by-side comparison, looking for ideas. That was one tool that I had in mind. I'm not sure how often that would be used. It's a possibility. The course mapping outcomes to learning, outcomes to content, that was actually a user from one of my previous webinars. A user suggested that, and it was great, and so we have that in there now. So anyway, no, unfortunately we can't use it. So that's one idea. Sort of the syllabus is quite straightforward, and I have it described actually in the Teaching Assistant Pro latest updates. You'll see that described there, but it's pretty straightforward. Generate your syllabus or use your own, and then copy and paste it into AI Tutor Pro. Okay, and a few ideas for teaching and learning. This 10 question idea is kind of a fun activity. I've used this in face-to-face, and you can also use it online. So okay, the idea would be, okay, you've got a topic. I'll go back to our solar system, let's say. Okay. And you want students to sort of check their understanding about the topic. So you can do it in kind of in a way, a game format. So break the students into small groups. And again, this can be in class. Students are working together with their laptops or mobile devices in groups, or it can be actually done in the whole class. I've done it in a conference session. We had about maybe 20 people or so, and they all individually worked. So the idea would be to get that topic and then tell students, okay, now begin. And you may want to give them, say, 5 minutes to answer 10 questions. And let's say 5 minutes for the sake of argument. And if 5 minutes, you stop, and then you'll see who was able to get the most correct answers in that period of time. And then whatever you want, if you wanted to give some token prize or whatever, in this case, at a conference, I gave away AI Tutor Pro t-shirts, which was kind of a bit of an incentive to get people to go ahead and give it a try. So the ones who got all questions right, I think some did. And I went through several rounds of questions as well and tried it. It was a kind of a fun activity. You can certainly do that in class. Doesn't take very long. As I say, 10 questions, you may give them 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes at most. And then the way I did it was I had the participants in this case, in the conference case, post the table, the summary table, on social media. I guess I used X, Twitter then, and they just then I just searched for that hashtag we were using, and then I could see everyone's results there. So another way to do it, if you're doing it in class, have them paste it into a workspace in your learning management system, and then you can share them on the screen if you're projecting to the class. Share them on your screen, share the tables, and then look at them and see which group or which individual was able to get everything correct or almost correct. Now, one thing is, you'll notice when you use AI Tutor Pro a lot, the questions are not always going to be identical. So it's possible in your class when they start this activity, there could be slightly different questions, but basically they're very similar, very similar. There might be slightly different wording, but not sort of totally different. They'll be similar. They'll be definitely similar to the questions that are asked. But that's just part of, I guess you could say that's part of generative AI. It's not 100% the same always. You can't always predict what it's going to give you. So kind of a fun activity. Any thoughts, questions about that, Sarah, that have come up there in the chat or elsewhere?
I have one in the chat, but it's kind of back to the syllabus.
Okay, sure. Yeah. Go back there. Yeah.
So when the syllabus is generated, does the tool provide references and resources as well?
No, it doesn't provide references and to the actual entry in the syllabus, but of course you do get that in the teaching notes. And I'll highlight that again quickly. It's possible that the person had missed that. So we want to go back here to the syllabus, and we'll get a very short course here and I'm going to do it on the history of modern art and generate this quickly. Generate outcomes and generate the course outline. And you do get access to resources here. So next, okay, I'll skip the mapping, but I'll generate teaching notes, and we do have resources here. So in a sense, you could work backwards if you wanted. I'll put week 1 for. You could work backwards and say, well, these are some resources then, these ones that are recommended here. These are some resources you could use to back up and to put them actually in your syllabus. but not have them, you wouldn't be showing students this, but you could copy these resources and use them there. What is modern art? And we get the Google AI overview of modern art, and as well as there's the website MoMA and so on, modern art and Wikipedia and so on, various references to text, and then video overviews of modern art. Modern art explained in 3 minutes. Sounds interesting. Those of you who've used AI Tutor Pro before will have noticed that now we have absolutely solid, reliable links. Before, we are relying on ChatGPT to generate links, and it was hit or miss, and they weren't always that accurate. But now they are 100% accurate. They're on topic with this tool. And as I said before, you get some teaching notes, some teaching ideas for each topic, and active learning, which is good too. Active learning, whether it's in a class or face-to-face, there's some good activities. Collaborate in small groups. Well, of course, that could be done in breakout rooms in your whatever system you're using, video conferencing, Zoom or other systems. So that's the sort of the syllabus idea again. Anything else, Sarah, that would be?
We do have a question in the chat from Jennifer. She says the course mapping is a good idea. A great idea would be to also allow uploading our own curricular outcomes and then having it generate a syllabus from there, and maybe even have a choice of genre, theme, or hybrid type groupings. This would be very handy at the secondary level when we are given prescribed curriculums to work with. Or did I miss that you can do this? If not, it's something that might...
No, you didn't miss, but that's actually something that we did talk about, that typically, I guess in higher education, the outcomes are not as likely sort of predetermined. But I know when you're in high school and so on, you do have specific outcomes, the learning objectives that you want to cover, and being able to paste those in would be good. So I think that's a feature we could easily implement. And Michael, I'm sure will make a note of that. We could do that. No, in terms of references and in terms of APA format, yeah, that would be kind of a nice thing, I guess. But the idea was not so much for references, but just resources you could use. You could paste those links into your own syllabus and so on. So no, we don't have the APA format, as you can see. It's quite obviously it's just a link. Okay. Okay, is medical education very long list of specifics, course by course. Yeah, in professional fields, okay. I think you're kind of convincing us here that this is something we need to do. Yeah, professional fields, I mean, you've got absolutely learning expectations, learning outcomes, that courses are supposed to cover this. And yeah, nursing, yeah, I could certainly see that. Any of the professions in education, maybe not teacher education, maybe not quite as much, but so for accreditation purposes. So yeah, this is a feature then we'll add to our list, and I think it would be very easy to implement because we've got all the tools sorted out for uploading content. It should be easy to do. So you'd upload your own expectations. Now I was just, yeah, in engineering as well. Okay, so I was just wondering what the application would be and of what if that would be in demand, but I can see that yeah, the professions here as well, architecture and so on. Yeah, yeah, it'd be useful. And oh, hi, Tara, I see you're here, one of my former doctoral students at University of Waterloo right now. So great. Okay, so that's one thing that we'll do. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All the accredited programs, we've got specific learning outcomes. So now going back to this, if we could, then the teaching and learning ideas, 10 questions, you could easily implement this in a blended, in an online format as well. You could certainly no reason why you couldn't then have students using it and then go into breakout groups go through the questions, post them again in course management or perhaps in the whiteboard of the LMS, posting their tables there or posting them on social media. And you do the same process certainly in online groups and be in synchronous, not asynchronous. It wouldn't work quite as well in asynchronous, but certainly in synchronous, it would, I think, could be quite effective as well. Okay, so what we'll go next is a few more ideas. I think we're all kind of running out of steam here, and whoops, I didn't want to go to thank you yet. No. Okay, Sarah, if you wouldn't mind posting this link here, and I'll bring this up, an article I wrote, okay, I'll bring this up here, going back here. So I wrote this article in EDUCAUSE Review, Personalized AI Tutoring as a Social Activity, Paradox or Possibility. I made the point that you think of tutoring as a personal activity, right? But in fact, it can be a social activity. In this particular article, I run through the sort of 10 scenarios where you might want to try using AI Tutor Pro for social learning, either online or in face-to-face. And so I've got the article here, just some of the introductions here. I may talk about blended learning, the 10 questions approach and blended learning. Pretty well all the activities I suggest in this article can be used in a blended format. Foreign language learning, in the existing format, without that totally interactive real-time voice, it will work because remember it would read what the tutor has said. And so a student, part of learning any language is usually learning the culture of that language, of where it originated. If you're learning Italian, you might want to learn about Italy. If you're learning French in North America, you might want to learn about Quebec City or Montreal, the culture and so on, language there. So you could ask questions about that particular topic, but in that language that you're studying. So students could work in pairs, for instance, with that, each taking turns of alternating. One answers the question, the other listens and observes, and then take turns back and forth that way. I'll jump to collaborative problem solving. Peer teaching is a good one as well. You could have students learn a particular topic. This could be a classroom setting, of course. Each students working, say, in pairs with laptop or mobile device. They could use the Grow tool, learn about a particular topic, and then get together and teach each other, just face-to-face, teach each other sort of about the topic. This is an activity that you might use without AI or any computers, but you can adapt this then very easily to using AI Tutor Pro, where students learn about a topic and share their experiences and what they've learned after a period of time, whatever, 15 minutes, let's say. Role-playing works quite well as well. You can, I say, for the prompt, like the sort of the topic, a subject, you can actually ask it to give it a sentence like this: you are a person and I want you to teach me about a topic. And I use the example of learning here and learning theory, how people learn. So let's say you are B.F. Skinner and you want to teach me about how people learn. That could be one could do that, and then the other person could teach about, say, you are American psychologist William James, and I want you to teach me about how people learn. So you could have two students working again in a setting, classroom setting, could be online too. And then after going through, they share their perspectives on how those two psychologists, say, approach learning theory. So very easy and quite fun to do. So you can imagine whatever area you're teaching, where there are certainly several key philosophers, scientists, researchers of different approaches to the same concept. Or construct, and you can then have some interesting comparisons. Project-based learning, you get sort of long-term project, some other ideas, discussion, reflection, actually even discussing and reflecting on how they're using, say, AI Tutor Pro and what they've learned from it, if they discovered any inaccuracies or hallucinations. So it's kind of a meta level. They're talking, students could discuss what their experiences were, what they've learned with it. And I mentioned the last one, we can combine a lot of these different ideas, these 10 ideas here, 9 ideas really, and combine them. You can combine discussion and reflection with collaborative problem solving and so on, or with foreign language. And any activity can be carried out in a foreign language. So lots of ideas here that you can play with. So take a look at the article if you're looking for how you might use this AI Tutor Pro in the classroom or elsewhere. So Sarah, are there any questions here? I'm going to stop sharing just for a moment here and just open it up, either raising hands or if people, anything in the chat you'd like to raise, because we're going to wrap up in a few minutes. I think we've gone on, almost reached 3 o'clock. We're at, what, 2:37 right now. So happy to spend the remaining time with any particular questions that people may have.
Hey, Ron, I'm asking folks to put their questions in the Q&A. It's just easier for me to follow.
Oh, sure. Yeah, sure.
There's some side chats going in the chat. So keeping my eye out here. Okay. Thank you, Chris. Chris would like to know, does the role-playing feature work in the subject field of AI Tutor Pro?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That, I guess I didn't make that quite clear. Yes. You put that in as the subject. That what I said. You are B.F. Skinner and blah blah. You put that right in. Each student would put their own role-playing person's name in there, and yeah, you put it right in there. So that you could probably do a bit more in the subject field than what I've suggested you can. Always refine your topic. That way, don't just say well, I use the history of modern art. Do that history of modern art from the perspective of women and non-European artists, for instance. Refine the topic, focus, make sure to give it what you want. So describe fully your topic, and don't be afraid to do that. And so you can actually put quite a bit in that subject field, but it's not aimed at entering a question like you'd normally do in ChatGPT. You can put the question in, but it'll ignore it. It'll just get the root of the. If you could say like how do people learn, well, you can put that in, and it's going to start generating questions about how people learn. So you can enter it as a question that's not intended, but you can enter it that way, but it'll respond as though it's just a topic. Okay, Sarah.
Okay, question from Juliet. Could you role play with an uploaded character from your own content?
Wow. Okay. Yeah, that would be fun. That would be great. I could easily see that. Okay, so you've got 2 characters, or let's say 2, it could be more. You've given me an interesting idea. So upload the content. So describing that philosophy, the concept, whatever it is, or you would give it to a student. The student would have that content. They'd upload that as their character, and then another student would have another document they'd upload describing that character's or that person's approach, researcher, scientist, whatever, philosopher, approach to the topic, and then a third and a fourth and a fifth if you wanted. So you could do that. And then each could study, go check their knowledge, and then they could all share their tables at the end. This would be fun, really fun. All share their tables in the end, and the questions will be probably kind of similar. And so you would see, what was Descartes' perspective on whatever, or a certain philosopher, their perspective on this, or Socrates, or whatever, or contemporary, and compare them. That would be a fun activity in the class, having upload. Then I think you've got a little more control of where the conversation goes by giving the students those documents to upload. So great idea. That was Juliet. Yeah, thanks for that. Anything else there, Sarah?
Hey, can AI Tutor Pro recognize handwritten math formulas?
At this point, I would say no. I wouldn't say it outright. Michael, you may have tried it there. But our new tool that we will be implementing within the next few weeks, that image recognition, that then definitely can. It's amazing. It can recognize handwriting. Well, you saw it. I just wrote out, in case you missed it, I just wrote out this math question by hand. No, I guess it's not coming up properly here on the screen. Yeah, it is sort of on the screen. I wrote this out by hand, and it certainly recognized my handwriting, but that was pretty straightforward as the math formula. But I think it'll do a pretty good job at recognizing handwriting. We haven't thoroughly tested it. That's why we haven't launched it. So yeah, that'd be good. Yeah. Okay. Well, so Michael's going to give that a try right now to see if the existing version will do it. Perhaps on a mobile device, it might do it right now. Okay. Anything else here?
Hey, Nora asks, following recent questions, can I use real characters for the role play? For example, in a course about organizational behavior, to use a Tesla owner to discuss organizational strategies?
Well, we have to be careful. Okay, a Tesla owner is going to talk about organizational strategies or whatever. The document you upload will be about that, and it's going to ask questions of the document. It's not going to sort of go off and start asking questions that are outside the scope of the document. So as long as you've got, like in business, you would have case studies. So you could have various case studies to be uploaded. You could have students say their case studies on the same approach to a particular problem in a business or a corporation. And you could have students work independently by uploading their assigned case, and it would question the students on those documents, and then you would share those responses with the class, and they could see from those different perspectives from those cases how those problems were addressed. One thing is how, as an example, I'm not certainly expertise in this field, but let's say we all know publicly how companies have handled security breaches. And I'm sure you'd have cases in security breaches. Some companies try to cover it up, muffle it, don't let the consumer know their data's being taken. Others will come right away. The instant they know about it, they'll come up front. The CEO will come up front and say, hey, we've had this problem. We're working on it. We're doing everything we can to help you. So you can have that kind of scenario, different cases being brought up, and then the questions generated on those, and then the responses could be shared. I think it would be very fascinating doing that. Yeah, great idea. Getting some good ideas here for usage today. So, okay, how are we, Sarah? Any more here? So Michael, handwritten formulas seem to work on the development version, so it should work when trend. Oh yeah, it'll definitely work on the hand recognition when we get the image recognition launched. They're going to work on that, so that should be no problem. Okay, anything else there that we've missed here that I'm sure people are kind of worn down now at this point. A lot of information flowing here, and I hope
Well,
it's been, yeah, go
sure.
ahead.
We'll pick one or two more, and then we'll
Yeah,
wrap.
yeah, good.
In terms of sort of on the theme of the handwritten math formulas, we have another question. If the image recognition tools will recognize music notation?
I would think it would. Now, it's not going to, from one perspective, it'll recognize it. It'll recognize it as music notation, but it won't be able to play the music. I could be almost certain it's not going to be able to play the music. But it would see like a bar or two. You might put your camera on that, or again a photo and upload it as well. It doesn't have to be your camera live. You can upload a photo of it, and it would start asking you probably questions about the treble clef, the value of different types of notes, but it wouldn't understand the notes together as forming music. We were struggling a bit, like in art, we uploaded the Mona Lisa, and we expected it to recognize the Mona Lisa and start asking questions about the Mona Lisa, but it didn't. It knew it was art and a lady, but it didn't recognize it as Mona Lisa. So it's getting there, but we're not quite there yet with that kind of super intelligence we might want it to have. So it'd be fabulous if it could sort of recognize music and then just even play it and give a few bars of music. But I'm certain that's not going to happen. So unfortunately not yet. But great possibilities. Okay. Anything else? I think you said you may have one more.
Okay, we'll wrap up with an accessibility question here.
Oh, good point, because we haven't really talked about that at all. Yeah.
Okay, is your website and tools such as Check My Knowledge compliant with some accessibility standards such as WCAG?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Michael can comment in the chat, but absolutely, Michael is the one who handles that, and he's checked our tools, and we make sure of that. And you notice we have captioning for our videos, and absolutely we do that. We've actually, as a quasi-government organization in Ontario, we are required to follow accessibility of websites, the various content rules, and so on. So, okay. Okay, yeah, Michael mentioned that. Yeah. Okay. So I think we can wrap it up, and I appreciate your comments. And what we'd really appreciate if you could share with us your use cases. I'm just going to put this up on the screen here as we say farewell. That any use cases that you have, we would really, love that you would share them with us. Any comments, suggestions. At the bottom of the screen, you'll see like submit comments, questions, a link for that. You can click on that, and it comes to both Michael and I, or you can email me directly if you wish. Oops, I didn't want to do that. Email me directly, but we're interested in use cases and like particular ideas. Like just the last half hour, we've raised some tremendous ideas about how the tool can be used, and we don't have good evidence of that because we don't know who's using it. We can't sort of ask people. We don't have a record of who's using it because there's no login. So we only can count on you sending us those suggestions and those ideas. So please do by all means. And we noticed that there's one university that gave learning shorts as assignments to create assignments in the class, and that kept us busy approving those. And so we could tell that was an interesting application of it. So we anyway, we appreciate any insights you can give us for using the tool, any feedback. I think we're kind of convinced today that we'll have the ability to upload learning outcomes now for our teaching assistants. So great, thanks. We made it through, well, pretty well 5 hours, and enjoyed your questions, enjoyed your feedback. And those of you who stayed to the end here, we will be sending you automatically the credential, the participation credential. If you would like it, you'll get it. Whether you want to use it, of course, is up to you. And yeah, please share, spread the word about our digital assistants. And happy to meet everyone. And we'll probably be back in September, October for another workshop where we'll have a lot of these exciting features implemented. So, but not a full-length 5-hour one. I wouldn't expect that. This was the time to do it, and I'm glad it worked. And I'm glad everything worked out for you. So thanks, and best wishes to all, and thanks especially Michael and Sarah for your help here in making this a success. So bye, everyone.